Morning.
Morning. And the finally, when it comes to Ukraine, Starmer has positioned himself as a bridge between Kyiv and Washington, but the attitude of the was at best ambivalent, but at worst, even sympathetic.
So that's fair. It doesn't stay.
Now, also, after this horrid portion of royalty that went with the party since January,
Really?
Uncomfortable questions, perhaps questions about which will be uncomfortable for UK Prime Minister Starmer too. Via his ambassador.
Everybody.
Okay, I get it.
They were kind of the people in the 80s and 90s.
Behind the big stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, weirdly. Yeah. In a B12. Yeah. I'm sure it is, yeah.
They pick it up, right?
Audi. Yeah. Can't they? Yeah. So it's funny, he's got a place in Soho Square in London. Now when he does interviews, he doesn't do nanny anymore. He does in the hotel around the corner. And his PR guy, Stuart Bell, I've known for donkeys, he's really nice PR guy. He's a new one, young, he's younger than Jeff, not so quiet. And he's really nice stuff. Really sort of balanced, proper, clever, yeah? Runs his own business, looks after the car, looks after a few others, like the guy from Take That, Robbie Williams. So he'll walk from Soho Square round the corner to Soho Hotel, where the interview and he's now McCarthy's sort of manager, was his drummer, kind of manager stroke, pitbull, yeah. Nice guy, but look after the kind of job as he stopped playing drums. His dad, Peter time. McCartney now doesn't have the place to, so McCartney was moved to Stuart from the house in Soho Square round the corner to the hotel. And it's interesting because Stuart will always take you behind about 3 or 4 meters. Stuart's not capable physically, but you like to look at what people's faces when they walk past the car. And they realise a few seconds later who it was. Yeah? And he says it's brilliant. And the house in Soho Square is amazing. It's a tall, skinny house. Each floor is one room. Quite a big room. It was basically a two-up, two-room house. They knocked it through. Each floor is a different room. And so it's the first is reception, and the second one is kind of office space. Carpet lounge, and the bedroom is lounge. He does music, and it's a really nice. Yes, right. Yes, that's right. Yeah, she is. Yeah. No, Mary. Actually. Music of Mary. Dark Age.
She asked you before you got.
Yeah. I didn't know what to say. I'm not sure how you...
Katarina. Did you see that what Take That is doing in France? Take That?
Really?
I want you back for good.
Soho Hotel.
See what I did there?
Soho Hotel.
I forgot that.
Yeah, true. Upper Stutty Records. Yeah, take that with you. I'll just walk over there as well. We
So it's only the very of the PR guys.
yeah.
My first book was used and
Yeah. I played that the other day. When we did the doco down in the AP, down in the Stoke. It's not Stoke. Yeah. It's got so my producer at the time doing the doco was from Stoke as well. We're down in France, south of France, and they hadn't really organised it. We didn't know what we would get. We're down in the ship, no news and stuff. Anyone met it. Anyway, so that's she was very, very critical of this. But she knew it. It's only mouths of fucking mad box. Totally. She's on discussion now. So she we're down there. She's just basically up now. No, they lost it all. He lost it. He was, but he lost it all. No money. No money. Left most of it. They came down to my house. Basically, massive yeah. But we should see right now. He's a nice guy. Sad, lonely. Sad. Yeah, we made like a small one. Yeah, so he lit down and we're at the steps. All I'm telling you is like
Calm down.
yeah,
Older than me.
everyone's fucking old now. Yeah, around 48.
I stopped counting when I was 35. Then I made my way into the toilet. I was that's the reason I had to make it the fucking queue. Sorry, go ahead. And I lifted the thing. No. They put on the decal, the lid of the toilet. They put Vaseline that thick so it was no problem. Let's say the
Boys.
morning. The whole bus went silent. And then we stole all
listed as telescope. Football, boxing, okay, then we such a bad thing to do. Heading to a party, like with the boyfriend of your girlfriend's mate. What can I talk about? Football? No. Rugby? No. You into war? So quite good day for this moment for me.
Oh, okay. My camera is not that tall, but I would like to.
Would you like
I like this background right there. Yeah.
Yeah, so that was like when I was
go this way so you can get rid of the rail?
Oh, sure.
I'm trusting you can't take photographs.
This is gonna be unbelievable.
shithole, but not. Yeah.
Actually, it's nice. There's some nice parts.
Yeah,
Not mad.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very, very. Oh, it's beautiful. I love it. I love the American flags. Yeah, really beautiful. Thank you. This is a
couple more.
Yeah, this is very beautiful. Thank you.
Cheers, no worries. Yeah, we were doing a story about some Western woman who tried to kill the man in Berlin.
Oh yes.
But she, yeah. Yeah.
And when I was in the system, I was based in Berlin.
Yeah.
We did a story for HPV. And some elderly put their baby into the fucking freezer.
Yeah.
So HPV.
Perfect actually story, yeah.
It blows. We went to this council tower.
It's always a council tower.
Up the stairs, down the stairs. We go up.
I've done so. We've had our years ago. He lived in Manchester. Old boy, absolute alcoholic. And so I brought my niece with me. She was work experience at school. She said, lovely. So that's good. Anyway, so we went to Manchester. This guy came through filming. And he didn't
Is he flying to Czechia?
Hey?
Yes,
Flying
yes.
to Czechia?
Yeah.
Marine one just passed.
Yeah.
20 minutes, 15 minutes ago while you were having a followed by 2 Chinooks.
All these little red brick blocks. Anyway, so I did this guy in his house, with his history in memory, with my niece looking at me going, what's going on here? It's not got a job. I did a Zoom track of my son. It's basically all like Zoom. So it looks amazing. The house is quite narrow. Yeah, so really perspective change. Anyway, so I thought, then you realise what you've done whilst this guy's standing with his pants in the street. So you have to go to the pub like two days later. Walk to the pub, go to some money and left. You know, so that's the truth. And you think, Yeah.
Was the man to stand in the street with his underpants? Oh, great.
Then my eldest, my daughter came with me. She was in Rome. She met Madonna. She met the monkeys. Yeah, in 1 week. And she interviewed, because the journalist didn't do something turn up, she interviewed who's the Spanish actress? No, lady who's big in the PETA, the anti-fur people. Penelope Cruz. No, Penelope Cruz. I said to her, I said to Simon, I said, right, you ask the question, I'll tell you the question. She interviewed her. That's a great picture. But one of the photographers took a picture of it and sent it to me. Yeah, Abigail. Yeah, so she was in work. Yeah, work experience with me for a long time ago. Yeah, so until next Easter. Then she goes, then she gets paid.
She goes to Australia?
No, she's got 2 more years of basically getting paid shit money over here. And then yeah, very. Yeah. But I was standing sitting right in front of me. And Penelope Cruz kind of looked at me and said, you know?
I will go back in a second.
It's just like, it was really good. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Sorry, I wanted to ask, are you in the pool or something? Who's in the pool? I'm seeing a... I just saw a shot.
Go, yeah.
Are you in the pool? Hi. Okay, they were putting your pictures, okay. Are you gonna put... No, for my channel they were putting your pictures on my channel right now. That's what I thought that was for the good one. Are you gonna post yeah, right? No, because they want me... Good. TV news. Yeah, the thing is that they want me to point at the sky, a part of your show, that I was thinking, if you're gonna do it, I have a hit exactly at 10 that is when he's gonna leave, so I'm gonna have to, I will do it if I have time. Yeah, I know. They were putting your live during my hits, next to us. That's right. Yeah, that's right. No. Lucia, nice to meet you. No, probably. We are always in the same places everywhere.
We're stalking each other.
No, I mean, like, if I need to be rushing, I didn't know if you were just pointing here or you will point at the sky if you see the helicopter.
If you really want to get the helicopters, you have to go to the long walk.
The long walk, the other side.
Down the street, straight until you hit a train.
Sorry, I don't know this area.
You will.
I told you, it's my first time here.
Oh, you will stay so many days. You will spend many days here over your life.
By the way,
Yeah, sorry. He's literally just into
Really? It's not that bad, is it?
to get there.
It's beautiful. Well, I mean, I'm not monarchy, so I don't really care a lot about this.
We can televise it.
Okay.
Pay per view. We can do that. Start with that.
Morning, Victor. How are you?
Not bad, how are you?
Oh.
Yeah, same here.
Everybody's so happy.
We're sick of it.
Okay, I will figure out.
I go for
To be fair, if I have time, I will do it. If I don't, I'm not gonna rush. I've been working for the past 3 days, like 20-something hours.
Yeah. We're so chilled, we don't care.
Thank you so much, guys. See you later.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Sorry. At least I'm not hitting you.
Yeah,
Yet.
thank you.
I'm working on it. Don't worry, I'm not.
You guys saw that they put down the Jimmy Kimmel show?
Yeah. What?
That they put down the Jimmy Kimmel show?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he made some comments about the Charlie Kirk thingy.
He said he was MAGA, and then they said
Maga or Gaga?
MAGA.
Maga.
He said that he was like, oh, they're really trying to make this look like he wasn't one of them, and that's all he said, and that's why they canceled him.
It's the end of the world
As we know it.
So müde.
Glaubt ihr das? Wie lange musst du heute? Müssen wir heute? Wann? Wissen wir noch nicht? Okay. Gibt es eine Übernahme? Schiffswechsel? So this guy over there, I was already here Tuesday evening when Trump was arriving, and I was talking to him. He was only the manager, and I was interviewing him and asking him why he was here. And he was like, "Yo, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm just only welcoming Trump and here with hospitality and he's walking around with the MAGA."
If we go live, they said to go live a little early so we might ask you things.
Really? Ask you things?
Yeah, I know.
What the hell is that about?
I know. It's so rude.
Mean of them. Is that quick enough?
Good job. It's getting worse. It's the cumulative. You know, it adds on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's it called?
Hang on.
Kumuliert.
Oh, someone's gone on our channel. That's why.
But we're on 3.
Oh yeah, look, there's the doors now.
No. Live view glitch.
Servus, it's me again. Hallo, kann euch hören.
Go for it.
When I sit down, my thing this opens.
How used to advertise?
Huh?
How used to advertise?
We're on at 58.
Okay. Yo, biggie.
And then I think we're on until he lifts up in the air.
Okay. Really yes. Change battery again very quickly. Just in case they give you another 25 minutes.
Oh, bloody hell.
Stay with us, don't go towards the light.
Why not? It's too hard. My brain is just not really active. I feel like only a tiny little piece of it is working.
That would be the lack of sleep.
God. Look at that cute dog. Look at that. Hello. Okay. 2 minutes. Lukas, kannst du mir noch was Sky News anmachen?
Nee.
Ja, kann man doch auch gleich wieder machen, Mann.
Soll ich ein bisschen englischen Effekt machen?
Sure. Vielleicht dann, wenn ich nicht mehr weiß, was ich sagen soll. Ich gebe dir ein Zeichen.
Oh, ein Gold.
Vic, is there anywhere we could put this?
I'll put it there.
Hello.
You see that?
A little.
I'll hold it.
Remember the time when you guys
Okay.
didn't have a line, you had to put the phone in.
Yeah, it's true, yeah. Hang on, we can do this,
Sie sagen jetzt, vielleicht gehen Sie doch nicht auf die Live-Bilder. Also, mal schauen.
Aber so ist okay.
Ah, okay.
Hang on, I'm going to do something.
20 seconds.
That's fine. You could do your first slide, then you can come back to it. Perfect. You see that?
Yeah. Very good.
Hold it, Nick.
Ich glaube, es war schon ein gutes Moment, als Keir Starmer Donald Trump die Einladung im Februar im Weißen Haus übergeben hatte, hatte er sich da sehr drüber gefreut und wir haben es gestern eigentlich auch an Donald Trumps Gesicht gesehen. Das war ja wirklich sehr, sehr viel Prunk und sehr, sehr viel Gold und die Kutsche und wie sie lang gefahren sind, dann die militärischen Ehren und haben natürlich auch viele Superlative draus gemacht. Die längste Prozession, die es jemals gegeben hat hinter den Schlossmauern. Und auch die längste Ehrengarde, an der er vorbeigegangen ist. Ich glaube, das hat ihm gut gefallen. Das hat er auch selber in seiner Rede dann abends beim Staatsbankett nochmal gesagt, dass er glaubt, das ist das letzte Mal, dass es so hofft, dass es das letzte Mal ist, dass es sowas gegeben hat, dass er also der Einzige ist, dem eben diese Ehre eines zweiten Staatsbesuches jemals zuteil wird. Das wird natürlich dann die Geschichte in der Zukunft irgendwann zeigen, aber ich glaube schon, dass man ihn damit ordentlich beeindrucken konnte und jetzt bleibt es eben nur noch zu hoffen, dass er auch eine gute Nacht hatte. Er und Melania haben ja im Schloss Windsor übernachtet und zwar in einer der Suiten und zwar der Suite, in der Kate und William ihre Hochzeitsnacht verbracht haben. Also wir haben da richtig groß aufgefahren natürlich und wir hoffen, dass das Bett bequem war, dass nichts gedrückt hat und dass das Baby jetzt bereit ist für den Tag und die Gespräche mit der Felicity. Bis dann. Also das wurde, glaube ich, ganz akribisch geplant. Deswegen findet eben dieses Treffen jetzt mit Starmer ja auch nicht in der Downing Street statt, sondern auf seinem Landsitz, Chequers heißt er. Das heißt, da fliegt er jetzt gleich mit dem Helikopter hin. Er wird offiziell verabschiedet von Charles und Camilla hier am Windsor Castle und dann steigt er eben in die Marine One, steigt dann auf und fliegt. Das dauert ungefähr eine Stunde Richtung Chequers und wird dort eben dann von Keir Starmer empfangen. Normalerweise passiert sowas ja eben immer in der Downing Street, da wird dann auch der rote Teppich rausgeholt und dann empfängt man ihn eben vor dieser berühmten schwarzen Tür, aber dort stehen eben auch dann draußen, zumindest vor den Toren, oft die Menschen und protestieren und deswegen könnte ich mir gut vorstellen, dass sie genau aus dem Grund eben gesagt haben, wir verlegen das auf den Landsitz, da kommt man wirklich gar nicht an. Das heißt, es sei denn, er sieht vielleicht aus der Luft irgendwelche Demonstrierenden, wird er mit denen auf jeden Fall nicht in Kontakt kommen. Es ist wahnsinnig wichtig für Keir Starmer, dass es hier gut läuft und da gibt es verschiedene Gründe für. Natürlich will er weiterhin an dem Handelsabkommen mit den USA ein bisschen weiter verhandeln. Er möchte gerne, dass die Zölle gesenkt werden, zum Beispiel für schottischen Whisky, aber auch Lachs, das ist Beispiel eine der Sachen, die er eben auch heute wohl besprechen möchte, nochmal mit Donald Trump. Das ist ihm natürlich wichtig. Dann geht es aber auch nochmal um Europa, denn Keir Starmer hat ja natürlich diese Rolle eingenommen als Vermittler zwischen der EU und den USA. Da geht es dann um Unterstützung für die Ukraine, aber auch wenn es um Gaza geht. Und da braucht Europa ja die Unterstützung von den USA und speziell von Donald Trump. Das heißt, Keir Starmer hat sich eben da in diese Rolle begeben, dafür zu sorgen, dass man eben Donald Trump bei Laune hält, damit das alles so funktioniert. Und das bringt mich dann eben auch schon zum dritten Punkt, denn das ist für Keir Starmer wahnsinnig wichtig und für sein politisches Überleben, denn der steht im Moment hier in den Umfragen wahnsinnig schlecht da. Also die rechte Partei von Nigel Farage liegt weit vor der Labour-Partei. Es gibt Kritik aus dem Volk, es gibt aber auch Kritik aus den eigenen Rängen von der Labour-Partei. Es gibt sogar eigene Abgeordnete von Keir Starmer, die sagen, vielleicht ist er schon nach den Lokalwahlen im Mai dann tatsächlich nicht mehr Premierminister. Also der braucht wirklich etwas, was ihn nochmal nach vorne pusht. Und das Einzige, was eben bisher gut für ihn funktioniert hat, ist eben diese Rolle des Vermittlers einzunehmen. Das heißt, für ihn persönlich auch ist es wichtig. Und dann geht es natürlich auch ums Land, denn die Abkommen, die man da trifft, die sollen hier etwas voranbringen, die sollen Jobs schaffen, zum Beispiel eins, was mit künstlicher Intelligenz zu tun hat, weswegen eben auch die CEOs aus dem Silicon Valley ja hier mit hergereist sind mit Trump. Da soll es Investitionen in Milliardenhöhe geben hier ins Land und Gleiches gilt eben auch für ein weiteres Abkommen. Da sollen kleine Atomkraftwerke hier in Großbritannien gebaut werden mit amerikanischem Geld und das soll wiederum eben auch für Jobs sorgen, aber auch dafür, dass es einfach im generellen Land wieder ein bisschen besser läuft. Ich glaube, der dürfte nicht so glücklich sein, nicht unbedingt darüber, dass Trump hier ist. Die beiden sind ja befreundet. Im November zum Beispiel bei der Wahlparty war Nigel Farage ja auch in Mar-a-Lago direkt bei Trump eingeladen und hat dort mit ihm gefeiert. Aber gestern Abend war er nicht eingeladen zum Staatsbankett und das, obwohl einige der Führenden der Oppositionsparteien tatsächlich auch eingeladen wurden. Die Liberaldemokraten zum Beispiel haben gesagt, wir boykottieren das, wir kommen nicht. Von den Konservativen waren sie natürlich da und Reform wurde gar nicht erst gefragt. Vielleicht, weil sie eben auch so nah verbandelt sind mit Donald Trump, weil Nigel Farage ein enges Verhältnis mit ihm hat, aber vielleicht auch einfach, weil man dem Ganzen nicht noch mehr Kraft geben wollte, jetzt von Keir Starmers Seite aus. Also da dürfte er auf jeden Fall nicht besonders glücklich drüber gewesen sein. Ich glaube, wenn sie können, dann werden beide, Keir Starmer und auch Donald Trump, dieses Thema absolut vermeiden. Wir hatten hier am Dienstagabend eine Protestaktion in Windsor, da wurde hier an den Turm neben mir einmal ein Bild projiziert, ganz, ganz groß abends von Trump und Epstein nebeneinander und daraufhin wurden 4 Menschen hier festgenommen. Daran hat es auch einige Kritik gegeben tatsächlich, aber einfach zeigt das natürlich, dass man dafür sorgen will, dass möglichst das Wort Epstein hier nicht erwähnt wird und besonders eben nicht in Trumps Dasein. Und dann muss man ja auch noch dazu sagen, dass es auch für Keir Starmer nicht besonders gut ist, denn er selber hatte sich dafür eingesetzt, dass Lord Mandelson eben der US-Botschafter wird und das, obwohl es damals schon große Kritik gegeben hat aus anderen Gründen. Da wusste man noch gar nicht, wie eng tatsächlich auch seine Verbindung zu Epstein gewesen war und deswegen hat es dann auch einige Tage gedauert, nachdem Keir Starmer ihn dann gefeuert hat, bis er sich dazu auch geäußert hat und eben gesagt hat, ja, hätte ich damals gewusst, was ich jetzt weiß, dann hätte ich das niemals getan. Aber es war natürlich sehr schädigend für Keir Starmer. Deswegen bin ich mir sicher, dass beide diesen Namen hier heute nirgends hören wollen. Aber wir wissen natürlich nicht, was die Reporter am Ende bei der Pressekonferenz für Fragen stellen. it took too long for them.
I'll just set this up so you've got it.
Oh.
And if he is, I can't see the shot, I haven't got a return or anything. Do you want me to show you the live pictures, maybe bloggers? I don't know how we can do that, because I don't want to circle back while you're still on live pictures. Maybe tell them to keep going or something?
Yeah. But he's gone.
Maybe Rob should bring the package, you know what I mean? Right.
Das Mauern, aber die Bilder solltest du auch machen.
What is your upload speed?
About 32.
32. Gold cheese, right? It's not affect the honeymoon sweet. I think there was some action that was taken around.
Okay, you got it set up. Don't shake the drum.
Yeah, I thought it was funny.
I bet the studio loved that.
Are we going up soon again for that?
11.
Oh, 11.
Yeah. No,
Gone
not
by
right now.
It'll be gone by then, wouldn't it?
But yes, but I think they're going to do his arrival in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah.
But
Well, we've got a map right now.
When is that supposed to be in Czechoslovakia?
an hour, like in an hour, like 11.
So 11.
Yeah, quarter past.
Quarter past 11, so he's probably lifting off in half an hour. Going to Czech is going to take perhaps 15 to half an hour flight.
Oh, really?
Probably
Oops, I just said it's an hour.
an hour helicopter.
Because he was supposed to leave here at 10 and then get there at 11. So
So he's still
just
not
assumed
there.
that he's not there. Maybe that's why. Maybe they knew he was going to be late.
He's always late at night.
They found the issue with the water from the ceiling. It was the radiator in the upstairs apartment that was leaking.
But at least then they have to pay for it, right?
Es ist so ein komisches Konzept, die scheren sich die ganzen Kosten vom Haus immer.
Okay.
Emma.
To be fair,
So I also got yesterday from the shop 4 Polish sausages because I have cravings. Does anybody want one?
Yes, please. Are those the little ones?
Yeah. Two.
Oh, you're
Do you
South
think this is
African
real
now.
meat?
Chicken with pork and turkey.
Yeah, and 20,000 MSG.
Don't ruin it.
Geschmacksverstärker.
My mom put it always in my Brotdose
Ja.
at school. Ja. Das waren die guten Tage.
Wollt keine Zwiebeln-Metz-Brötchen?
Nee.
Bist du sicher, dass du aus dem Ruhrpott bist, ja?
Ja, aber ich habe ja polnische Wurzeln, weißt du?
Ja, aber das hat der halbe Ruhrpott.
Das stimmt. Ja.
Du vergisst, dass ich das denke.
Ja.
Ich war 6 Jahre lang, war das mein Beat. Ja? Ich habe Nordrhein-Westfalen für Reuters gemacht.
Ah.
Ja.
Wann? Zu welcher Zeit?
2001 bis 2009. Also sogar länger.
2000, okay.
8 Jahre. War ja so schlimm, dass ich am Ende den Kölner Karneval nicht mehr machen. Weil jede Frühstück und ich kannte, Leute, Schnäpschen. Und dann, mein Producer musste mich dann nach Hause fahren, weil ich so gesagt habe. Weil du kannst ja nicht Nein sagen. Ne?
Karneval, ey.
Ja, ist gut, ne?
Ich freue mich auch schon wieder drauf. Der 11.11. wird.
Alter Markt, ne?
Ja. Wie lange bist du dann jetzt schon hier?
Seit 2009.
Okay. Kam das dann?
Ich wollte schon immer, ich wollte es irgendwie anders hin. Und weil der Außenbüro im Bonn-Kölner Raum, ja,
Hast du dann auch irgendwann durchgeführt? Ne?
ja, das hat sich halt alles wiederholt. Du hast
Ja,
diese Karneval-Dinger und irgendwie war ich dann gelangweilt und habe mich dann hier beworben. Wurde erst gesagt, nee, wir haben einen sehr strengen Kandidaten, den wir nehmen wollen. Und dann ist der irgendwie, haben sie sein Visa verhunzt und dann haben sie mich angerufen. Und dann bin ich hierher und Geschichte.
Und dann sind deine Kinder auch hier geboren?
Wir sind hier geboren.
Auch mit deiner Frau dann, oder?
Nee, meine Frau habe ich hier kennengelernt.
Ah!
We're going to Supermercado heute.
McDonald's.
Supermarkt.
Welchen denn? Waitrose?
M&S.
No, I fine. Ich kann ja nicht von RTL gebribed werden.
You're right.
Nee, 2009.
Das sind dann jetzt auch schon 16 Jahre, ne?
Ja. Britischen Pass auch.
Ach echt?
Sobald Brexit passiert war, habe ich gedacht, nee. Da fing die schon an mit Permanent Residency und so.
Ja. Und wie ist der Prozess, da sich einen britischen Pass zu holen?
Du musst einen Kurs machen, du musst ihn offiziell beantragen, ganz viel Papierarbeit, Paperwork, dann musst du eine Menge Geld bezahlen, 1500 Pfund. Zu der Zeit konntest du das ja noch machen. Die Deutschen waren dann so, weil die ja immer noch in der EU waren, haben die gesagt, ja, du kannst darfst, nach deutschem Recht darfst du die Nationalität von einem anderen EU-Staat annehmen. Ja? Wenn du es jetzt machen willst, musst du erstmal die Erlaubnis vom Botschaft holen.
Wie kriegt man die?
So, die kriegst du schon. Sind die da okay. Ja, da musst du halt so einen Test machen, Sprachtest machen. Dann
Aber den kriegt man hin mit seinem School English, ne?
Ja. Ich würde mal sagen, wenn du einigermaßen fließend reden kannst.
Ja.
Und dann irgendwann kriegst du dann so eine Zeremonie, wo du dann musst du schwören auf die Flagge
Ja.
und ich musste schwören zur Königin. My allegiance, ja.
My allegiance to the Queen, okay?
Ja. Dann singst du noch schön God Save the Queen at the time. Ne? Und dann kriegst du so ein Dokument und dann kannst du einen Pass beantragen.
Geil. Ich will auch unbedingt so wieder zurück. Ich muss sagen, ich habe schon immer eine große Faszination für das Land gehabt.
Scheiße teuer gemacht.
Ja, habe ich auch schon gehört. Speziell in London auch, ne?
In London, wenn du nur eine Zimmerwohnung haben willst, also One-Bedroom, und für 2 Zimmerwohnungen eigentlich ist, diese Bad,
Ja.
1500 Minimum. Ja. So, ist er. Ja? That's harsh.
I'm sorry, did you work with this person?
Yeah, I would actually. Not after this, however. But you know what he tries to do?
I don't.
Even make you look better. I know it's not. Was although we merged together, we were Scotland. He was playing and I was the best one was his caddy. nee, helicopter is going off.
Taking off?
He just left Windsor and is driving towards the Marine Walk. So. Normalerweise ist da ein kleines Ding, wo man das einsetzt.
Vielleicht geht nicht so richtig.
Der Käse will nicht zugehen. Du hast den Victor gelassen.
Weiß ich auch nicht, hab den irgendwie verloren. Can't say that. I was about to say the message that was sent to me.
Was regarding the suite.
The what?
The honeymoon suite. Fertig mit deinem Ausbilder?
2020. Hab jetzt das erste Jahr.
Und dann Studio Essen, ne?
Da wird es Studio Essen schon nicht mehr geben wahrscheinlich. Weil die Kürzungen, die da passieren werden momentan.
Echt?
Ja. Aber das sieht doof aus.
Also du hast ja immer noch München, Hamburg.
Ich habe eine Nebenstation gemacht, das war meine erste Station.
Wir haben ein Studio.
Auch so ein Ministudio.
Eine Kamera, zwei Kameras, sowas.
Ja, sowas. Ein Cutter. Wir machen zusammen mit Hannover eine Sendung.
Ah, okay.
Das war super.
Hannover ist eigentlich ganz groß. War es mal.
Ja, HHSH und dann Hannover Film.
Genau, ja.
Wir haben ja früher mal ausgespielt. Bevor dem Internet.
Vor dem Internet. Das Neuland Internet.
Früher musstest du mit deinem Tape so ausspielen. Und das ist dann irgendwas von RTL oder irgendwas von Studios.
Geil.
Das erste Mal, dass ich FTP gemacht habe, war 2004, 2005.
Aber es gibt ja von Katjes diese Paddlerberg. Doch, ich liebe die. Weil ja ist noch
Salzige Hering.
Ja, die.
Du als Nordlicht, ja. Das war das erste, was ich machen wollte. Packung salzige Hering.
Ja. Lecker.
Dick sein.
Ja.
Das ist ja nicht mal das einzige Wort.
Aber zu Ostern kriegt man immer diese Ostereier, die weißen kriegt man mit so. Ach, die liebe ich, das mein.
Salzeier.
Was ist das?
Halt so, ist auch für Ostern. So Eierform, pur Sugar.
Ah, ja, stimmt.
Also noch Zucker. Ja, ich bin auf Wolf, ne? Haribo.
von da? Ach, echt?
Der Fabrikverkauf, das alte Studio RTL war ungefähr 500 Meter vom Fabrikverkauf von Hagen.
Convenient.
That's really good a bit of the background of them here. So if we have much more bother, we can probably like. And then you can like.
Das war so schon. It's going to be there somewhere. So I'm not quite sure that it's not over the top. No, it's definitely starting somewhere there. Fokker house is there.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you had gone back or not.
I think it's actually away. I bought some. Can I sit down? Some king tangerines.
Wow, okay.
I don't know what they are. We're going to try them, okay?
Bis dann, ja? Zu Hause bei Eltern.
Lola. Nee, hier, Park. Bei uns
Du hast einen Hund hier.
Ja.
Was macht der denn tagsüber, wenn du arbeitest?
No, thank you.
Na danke, ist gesund.
Max arbeitet von zu Hause.
Ach, dein Freund,
Ja.
Ehemann oder was immer. Yeah, that's police helicopter. There it is. It's going to come round there.
It's left, yeah.
That's him gone. Yeah, he's gone.
She's so cute. She's the best dog in the world.
No?
Hey, Clemmy, you're online to Clemmy, are you?
No, that's not true.
You're online to Clemmy.
Look at her with the little balls. Yeah, they're so cute too. But this is the
Have you
cutest
seen our one?
in the world.
Eka?
No, she died. Oh, yeah, she passed away.
The new one. What's the new one?
Clemmy. Oh, she's sheep.
I thought Adolf. You know why he called her his
No,
dog
it's
Eva?
not.
Nice.
It's not. It's from Wally. Can't forgive
You're
her.
stupid as Eva Braun.
Hey?
You're
I
stupid
know.
as Eva Braun.
Because it's funny.
It's not
And,
funny.
and Clemmy,
I'm still probably on his phone. Gary the German.
but not anymore.
What?
You're Gerhard.
Am I?
Yeah, you
Gary
will
the
then.
cunt. What?
No, Gerhard. Let's look where you are actually. I can't remember.
For years I've been Gary the
German you are now.
Gary the German. Yeah, that's very kind. Hi, John.
But you're not.
4 to 5 I can go home. Oh, that's a call. Lovely. Yeah, I'm excited. Bye.
We're up to our £1,000 position up there. And like it was CNBC. Like great, 9:14, flash, and then like right, like oh no, they pushed it back to 9:14, so bang, right next to each other. Classic American yellow. And tonight, should have just stayed out here. Disaster.
Oh no.
Like everyone messaging back from Australia, like, who the fuck is next to you?
Yeah, exactly.
You can hear everything.
Yeah, actually, we don't need a chorus. It's big there. It's a ton of mic on.
That's just... What? Were you complaining about them yesterday? Or?
No.
He would never.
Never. No, we just, because I had a choice of going up to the agency spot we paid for or staying down here. But there was someone next to us, and their cross was originally like 9 o'clock, and then we were like half past, and then they moved it a bit. What's that? Ooh, thank you.
Hang on. This is the difference between
Oh, okay.
This is the
Do you want
difference, see?
cheese? We have cheese.
Oh, this is amazing, no?
A little picnic.
Oh, lovely. Oh, thank you.
I didn't get offered
Do
cheese.
you want a cheese? Here, have a cheese. You can have. This is all ours.
I'll cheddar.
I was this close to buying the thing because they had a little charcuterie board at M&S.
The 12-pound one.
I don't know. I didn't even look at the price. I was like, it doesn't matter. Keep it my lunch. So I was very, very close.
That offers anyway. Yeah.
Sorry for our team. They're like, hey, you didn't get to check his accreditation, but just go to a piece of camera out there somewhere.
Go stand by a really fast road and do a piece of camera by a hedge.
Yeah, so I'm like, we've got a really important appointment at the pub
Yeah.
in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd love to help.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Alas. Other
I
commitments.
hope it's okay.
I'm looking at myself.
I think you've done this before.
I try, to be honest. Nah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Don't be
They're very good.
Baby bells have got no cheese in them, have they?
My main
Baby bells have no cheese in them.
no,
They're just,
baby bells and lactose.
they're just kind of like, they're just kind of like left over when they don't know what to do.
I just like the satisfaction of undoing
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Not as small. He makes things out.
Black. Time's your last shit.
We. Yeah.
We're just going to be here until we know.
Yeah. They say go, and then we go.
And then they call again, they're like, oh, never mind, change our mind. We have to go back.
Do you have another team anyway? Like,
We don't even know that.
We don't even...
We have another team.
Technically, there's another team. We're just not sure they're coming.
We don't know anything. And if we ask, it won't help.
you're comfortable, it's not raining.
It could be worse.
They could come back for a third state visit.
Yeah.
Or, worst case scenario, he stops over in Ireland for his golf club.
Then, all we know now is that he's not really unhappy with the phone goes off, you get the checkers quickly, you beat. Imagine that.
At checkers, that would be a
There is no parking.
I know.
You can't get near it.
But you can park them to invite you apart, but they just never do.
No. There's this public football
Next to it. Weirdest thing, isn't it? The weirdest thing.
That's what we were for when Boris Johnson went after his hospital during the pandemic.
I mean, just the fact that they've got this secure weekend house, bloody right of way footpath through it. Only here, you know?
Yeah, but what they do is there's this path on left and right are red lines. If you step over the red line, you have security with no. The security or police comes quite quickly.
Yeah. My son was camping, you know, in Sevenoaks.
What, on the public footpath?
You know, Chevening in Sevenoaks.
Yeah.
Foreign Office weekend retreat, yeah?
Yeah.
So,
Rather nice.
rather nice place, yeah. So my son and his mates were up there, had never heard of Cheaping, we lived not far from there. He went camping overnight on the garden of Cheaping, didn't have a clue. Weirdly, in the middle of the night, I get a phone call, said, Dad, can you come get me?
I was wondering if we're going to have a live.
There's a lot of armed police around us, and there's a leave the area now order on us. and I went, oh, okay, where are you? He goes, somebody at 7 hours went on Cheaping. He went, how'd you know? Patrick, yeah, obviously, okay?
He's on his way, he's in transit.
Obviously, Patrick.
To check it. Unless the Marine one was empty, but then why free ships and...
Box and CDs. TVs and boxes. Me thinking. Do you want to set Suma?
They're supposed to rain on me.
24 degrees tomorrow.
Yes?
It is look good.
Oh, does it?
Definitely having a push.
Yeah. He's Greek, no, only meat.
Yeah.
And olives.
Yes, so that's winding the way up that far. Yeah.
Yes, so literally in the last few seconds, a whole convoy of incredibly big black vehicles, including the beast, saw the US President looking out the window at all the assembled press. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of it here. He gave us all a wave, and then they drove through the gate into the ground, checking.
What are we doing inside the byline? Do we leave our bags here? Leave the bags.
You've got the toilets. Do you know? No. Do you know Catherine? She got the car, and one of the kids is a bit like doing something. So she literally had like toilets in the back of her room. And I said, "That's your stool, like Chris, like your stool." Oh. My kids have been doing work at a house in North London, and I got into the car yesterday. It's literally a toilet seat on the seat. It's full of paint. Rubbish. So you've got your stool, she's got a toilet.
All Jen's
I'm very clean. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, the bagpipers have been here, the big cars, now the meeting and a lunch with US investors too. Following that will be a potentially rather awkward press conference. I literally didn't know that took me entirely by surprise. I didn't hear anything really until I suddenly realised about 5 seconds before that they were about to speak to me and I hadn't thought what I was going to say. Oh, brilliant. I hope they're going to be showing the arrival shots. Well, I don't know if they've cut it, but, you know, it's going to be so. They've got loads of front leaving winter. Okay? That's right. Yours. I think this is from there. Shock. I don't know what I was doing. I wasn't registering that they were.
Lawrence and Brian, great to be with all of you. Absolutely. And so things that you were just discussing, Ukraine, the trade negotiations that are ongoing between the today. Just a few moments ago, we had the president's Marine One chopper land just about maybe 50 yards from where I'm standing right now. We watched them as they processed into Checkers, and then you saw the welcome from Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his wife, Lady Starmer, as she's known here. This was just a few feet behind where we're standing right now. But I think you've touched on some of the most important issues. Our two countries are on the same page when it comes to Ukraine, but there are limits and different perceptions about what that means. And I think that you've heard President Trump in recent days talking about what he wants to see. He wants a bigger commitment to nuclear energy. He would like to see, I thought one of the most interesting Truth Social posts of the last few days was that everyone was asking, why are you putting a 50% tariff on India because they're buying Russian oil and not China? That question to our president. So he sort of turned that around and said, why don't all the countries in the EU and NATO put 50 to 100% tariffs on China? Go ahead, you go first, and then we'll match what you're doing to China, which is the largest buyer of cheap Russian oil, and that is the major funding machine for this war. You can do that, and then you'll see our side. So I think you're going to hear a lot of this today from the Prime Minister here.
Second after this article,
through all the soft power mechanisms of Venezuela. You know, yesterday for family, of course, the ultimate example of that. They did, some checkers from head down the street, having the bagpipers there, and those representatives of Scottish heritage, and they were Scottish jobs. They are trying to accentuate as much as they possibly are.
So what they came to in the spring was, and it was the first trade agreement after President Trump was out. So that's the thing that we don't know about what they came up with in the spring was the first framework for trade. And there are components of that that are in place. But it's not a codified breakdown of the agreement. So there are still areas of wiggle room. The tariff on steel and aluminum go to zero. But as Jackie said, what we're learning is that idea has been shelved.
do you think that's what he got out of?
That what we're seeing is President Trump's action that we've seen in other places. Let's do deals. Let's build nuclear power. Let's get you to invest in a lot of American equipment and technology.
But can you show me the shot again?
Both sides.
Oh, right.
He doesn't show any signs that it is yet.
Yeah,
They're just about to start talking of taking that down to zero. So what we heard was the next level of negotiation for Prime Minister Starmer is, okay, can you promise that it will lock in at 5% on steel and never go higher? He doesn't want that steel held over his head for other parts of the negotiation. And that needs to be written now. It's about to start talking.
Okay. So this is just a box after the
Yeah, exactly. This is more of the Chevrolets.
Important thing that they can do from their positions in government is try to, as far as possible, influence the US president on all manner of issues.
I think you should have saluted.
I lost my journalist. I literally lost it. The first time ever that I've been actually in the style position of shoes. I never.
Not as far as I'm aware today specifically, although that's it. Obviously,
I mean, I'm just thinking of the moment when Zelensky blew up in the Oval Office, and the next day, Starmer welcomed Zelensky. So there are pretty strong nuances, I would say. That's not an oxymoron in terms of the way that they view the Ukraine situation. And what we've heard out of President Trump in the past few days was, this is going to have to
alright. I can hear it. It's just so much background noise.
days after this meeting. But I think that what you're seeing is continued security guarantee from the United States. That's the latest report is $75 million in the mineral resources area. Other elements that the United States has indicated that they're open to. The president said in August, perhaps we would help out in the air over the area, whether it's Ukraine or Poland. And you guys referenced this earlier. The RAF jets have been signed off on by Starmer to help protect Poland. So these are really big issues. What does that mean in terms of our presence in the air? How much are we going to help? And I think the bottom line is, what does he think Putin is up to here? Is this, as some have said, sort of a last gasp as he tries to fly drones into Poland and also some incursion in Romania? Or is he just firing up for a bigger push? So I think that's definitely the meat of what they're going to talk about today. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't think we know yet.
Great to see you guys.
It's actually last
First time I got up before you guys.
UK on that visit in Scotland, where it broke very shortly after
See you later.
mid-air across the Atlantic, that the UK was planning to do this right back now.
Thank you guys.
Yes, I saw Bev running up. She got off one of the helicopters. She ran past us a few minutes ahead of the president. So as you will have seen in the last 20 minutes or so, the US president landed his helicopter here at Chequers, one of 4 helicopters that came in convoy just down there. He got out, got into a huge, a very grand car that then drove up here. All the press lined up along the side here. He waved at us, looked very happy indeed to be here, and then went through that gate behind me. Oh, you can see Bev coming out now. That's the president's car. Hi, Bev! And then we had bagpipers. He was greeted by the Prime Minister and Lady Starmer. There were marching soldiers. Of course, the Prime Minister can't really compete with the royal family in terms of pomp and pageantry, but still, they are pulling out all the stops here. And the hope is, of course, that having given Donald Trump such an incredible day at Windsor, he said that it was one of the highest honours of his life. The hope is, of course, that he will be even more kindly disposed towards Britain than he already is, because there are serious discussions happening here this afternoon. So first of all, he's going to be showing, the Prime Minister will show the President the Winston Churchill archives here. Later there will be a display by the Red Devils, that's the parachute regiment display team. Then the President and the Prime Minister will have a bilateral meeting, and then there will be a business reception hosted by the Chancellor with the Prime Minister, the President and the various US investors. Of course, that £150 billion investment from various US companies that the government are trumpeting today. Absolutely delighted about that. But of course, those tariffs, 25% on steel and aluminium, remain. Okay, they are half what other countries are paying, but originally we'd expected them to be gone completely or gone by now. It sounds like that's not happening at the moment, though Donald Trump did say the other day, I'm into helping them, so let us see. But I think the danger point for the Prime Minister is coming with a press conference this afternoon, which could have some very awkward questions, perhaps on free speech, perhaps on the Chagos Islands, and almost certainly, I think, on Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted paedophile, who, of course, the relationship that our US ambassador, Peter Mandelson, had saw him being sacked last week. We currently don't have a US ambassador in post, but suggestions today that the Trump administration would be very happy to see Karen Pierce be brought back. She was the US ambassador. She would have been happy to continue, but Starmer and the government decided to go with Peter Mandelson, a decision which belatedly now...
Well, Hansi, those comments are very interesting, as you say. I mean, I guess the question over, whether Nick Clegg is drawing on his experience as an opponent of the Labour government there, or as former President of Global Affairs, or whatever it was, at Meta, or both. But that's very interesting, and as you say, a notable critique. Look, the government's view is that AI is going to be a growing chunk of the UK economy, as it is the world economy, over the coming years, and the government wants to get aboard that train, essentially, and they're very happy with the comments from Jensen Klein, who runs the media, talking about the UK cementing its role as an AI superpower. But look, I guess the question of whether the UK is going to be a player in this space, or essentially an AI rule taker, I think is a question that we don't know the answer to yet, but it will shape British politics and the British economy for a very long time to come.
You should see the skies. I've got 4
Exactly, that is the argument being made by the government, and we don't need to rehearse now all the ways in which the government is in trouble politically, but clearly, speaking as I do to people at the top of government, they believe that the biggest possible solution to their political difficulties is to find a way to deal with the UK's long-standing economic difficulties. The budget, which Rachel Reid, the Chancellor, who's here today, will deliver in the next 8 or 9 weeks towards the end of November, is going to be a massive moment, the biggest moment, not just economically, but politically too, for this government so far. And the choices that she makes will shape the politics, I think, for the period between now and the next general election. And so, of course, this government is going to grasp at any possible way, find a way to grow the UK economy that it can fund. I was busy talking to you, that's why he's in this election.
it's been like that all yesterday.
No, I'm just trying to see if I can play some other ones to see.
You won't get this that's your lot. That beats my lot. Charlie, they didn't pretend to see what oh no, there might be, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so if I give you a radio talkback, you might have one here anyway. There is no one. Then you can be listening over. I will try to solve this abuse because I will try to get a chance to tell you where there are 21 stairs. Then we can just click on there. And then we'll So basically, once the platform is finished, then you go straight in. Yeah, about 30 seconds between the two on air. I'll have a TV diagram. I need your telephone. You can do that. I'll dive in. What we'll do is, as soon as the one is finished, we'll have TV set up for television. Yeah. There's well, there's one there. There's one there. One there. You need one for the second one because I gave it. Sorry, one off that one. So we put the black one on there. And one grey on it. I got grey. But the grey one's back in the truck. Take it easy. Grey one. Here you go. Now I've got one for the one. Yeah. You just need another fluffy one. Yeah. We've got. He didn't have any, so we'll take that one.
Wireless network. Yes.
No, it's the this is a host network. Yeah, there's one in the ECM 77.
So yeah.
That's the password.
Media, broadcast system, in my view.
Yeah, so I'll still back. That's the point. I won't be here. Oh, you're just warning you. Where was the one that was on that one?
That's not cool. I'll try and get let me get a conversation news channel. You're happy? Yeah, that's good.
What was falling off? No, that's the one we got. That's the one that's falling off.
Yeah, that's the one. Put that on there.
Yeah, not bad. We had a whole conversation about it with David.
So I said to everyone, don't get the camera.
I made the decision not to, because otherwise I would have left my house at 4 o'clock this morning to drive to Far West and to get it and drive there.
If something goes bad,
yeah, that's exactly what I thought I'd do. The problem was the battery. Apart from me. Give it to Warren. Warren. No, I've got another one. I don't know it's another one.
Hello, you're right. Someone might be like.
Something's going.
right. You have enough of it. Take it in a second. Thanks. They're asking now, so they can get it. But yeah, all the time. Really nice view. Excellent. Don't worry about the camera. That's cool. I'm really sorry if some people get mixed messages, but we have plenty of cameras here. And you can skin it. Yeah. That's like winter. And then they never saw it. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's all right. Thank you. So a couple of minutes. How long you then go out? So there's a fairly tight settle now with carriers on the space.
I think it's more about
Which is the resource branches.
it will be.
Oh, right. Oh, that helps. Yeah, okay. What's more important than the president?
I guess that's it. Cheers, mate.
just go, yeah, what?
Okay, but still, I'm still not going to well, not particularly. I think Gary was your man, but I don't know. Let me go and try and find his own. So I think there was Henry was on from early, so he did a bit of the channel and was going to go off. And Gary was going to continue because Gary was going to go on. So, but I don't. They've got two producers here. I don't know. Yeah, just check with them. I will. The cameraman is with here and ready to go, but I'll try and find them. But I'm just not going to do it for the moment. Just like bye.
I think they might drop it. Well, they might come to me. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really got anything to add to that because we don't know anymore.
Let me unplug them.
No, hold on.
Good to see you. You well? John, you alright? I feel like this is a royal kind of bargain. Right. Put Stuart on that camera. So the only thing is that camera, so that view camera, that is the big sound camera. Yeah. Okay, so
Just stay on that camera. Yes, that's it. The people stand in front of it. You can perfect. Henry. Yes.
On the subject of device, there's two of our mics. One was one for a long time. But at 6:30, we use cats just tell us where they want to use. So we've got random mics. Yeah, in the case, I just got to change the bus from use bus to the yellow use. We've got 6 hours. Yeah. You guys 5 to 6. So yeah.
And it does work. Yeah.
It's just got the
Yeah. And they've asked me to be separate cameras. I told them exactly what's going on. So
Oh yeah, you're still coming to me, yeah? Okay, yeah, that's fine, thank you. No, I think we're okay. We're just putting your mic on.
I set my phone up down there. This is the primary one.
Yeah. Yeah.
They should be alright, they're laughing
Well, that must have been there for the rest of them. Yes, I did. And I've got, sounds like I've got a program coming through. Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you. All right, so we're all happy then.
Hello, hi.
Probably will. We have an easement here as well, but
Oh, fine.
precedent is
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks. Thanks, bye. Bye. No problem.
Sorting
Bye.
cameras.
I'm clear. All right, okay, that's fine. Can't say I haven't had the fair share. Thanks very much. So you and me are clear now, yeah? Yeah, well, I will go and sit down. Apparently Chris is eating our sandwiches, that's nice, isn't it? given what was up at 11, and he must
maybe if that was the one email I'm remembering you now. Hey, 7 email, yeah.
In Starling. I put that in there last night. It's from that library, so you can shop it in that library.
Okay. Can I see us for a second? Good morning, Dominic. Yes, I can. 109876 5122. Huh?
It's not rested on that room.
10987654.
Well, that's what everyone kind of eating away. Everyone. Do you want me to have no.
You got till 7:20? Oh, okay.
Steve, what's the channel?
Hey, Suzanne, how are you? Yes, I hear you.
Yeah.
Trump was welcomed to the UK with much more than British commentary than usually comes with a state visit. Nice you to clean the floor for me. Michael.
Just go check with Rebecca, I guess. Hey?
Yeah, go around the back, yeah.
Cheers, Steve. Hey mate, alright, got you? What time is it now? Good. Oh, that's not fine.
Gary's going to be on left, right?
Take 2 steps. So do you want me to right?
Is this an interview? Or
Yeah.
just
I think so. All good, all good. Two teasing, aren't we?
I'm probably going to push in on Rob anyway straight away.
It won't be you.
Oh, it's not Rob. Oh, it's somebody else. I can see Rob. I thought he was on there.
How you doing? All right? Amazing spot. Hello, hi. What's that? Oh, my table. And that's for you, that chair. You seen it? No. Hello.
They were a live headline later.
I just do it like this. Perfect.
A minute from now.
Yeah.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Hi. Bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We've got our guest as well, so we need to come to the after that.
After the president was welcomed to the UK, that even more
2 minutes. 2 minutes, everybody.
usually comes. Tariffs and trade are expected to be at the top of the agenda today, but we'll also let the Prime Minister Ukraine, Gaza, struggle.
Thanks, mate.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Where is he?
One hour and 10.
Good eye.
Yes, Gary, good eye.
I'm not hearing any beep.
This is for real.
I'm Gary O'Donoghue at Chequers, where the President and the Prime Minister are ensconced in their talks over business and politics.
We'll bring you all the details.
I'm Christopher here at Checkers. The pomp and circumstance of yesterday.
Yes.
Today it's about deals and politics and a big press conference at 2:30 p.m. Stay tuned on GB News.
Put it that way. Don't take any.
How's it look, Jack? I see.
Hello, mate. Is this phone right?
Yes, I'm good, thank you, Gary. Oh, that's good. Maybe just a smidge to your right.
Yeah,
Small
please.
Perfect, thank you.
Nice one. Cheers, buddy. Right.
Let's see how we do. Sarah, you may need a hard cue. That's all.
Yeah, I will.
Jensen, I haven't heard breakfast.
Maybe not.
No.
We've got some sweaty tuna sandwiches. Maybe get one if you want.
Thank you very much.
I love tuna sandwiches.
Oh, they might have it nice and cut up, you know, in there.
Lost sound? Oh, came back.
Oh, sorry, mate. I've dialed you again.
Okay, not lost.
Cheers.
About 4 minutes.
Gary, just square your shoulders more towards the end of that, then, thank you.
Well, Lucy, a big focus today, not just on the politics, international politics, those key flashpoints around the world, but also on business opportunities between the two countries. The British government very much trumpeting the inward investment from tech companies, from on nuclear power, all these kinds of things. And we've got one of the chief executives of one of the world's biggest companies, I think you are. $4 trillion capitalization. This is Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, the chip manufacturer. Now, what investment are you planning on making in the UK?
This is a big week for UK. It's a big week for AI in UK. We're partnering with Nscale and Orbital.
Did you ever let Isabel know about our conversation?
I just said it was fine. I think that's a good one.
Everyone shouts at the same time on telly. That's what I'm not used to. Whatever you can do, I guess. You have to really focus on what you're saying.
Which we were also part of. It's going to be the largest AI infrastructure.
What's the benefit going to be for the UK?
Well, it turns out that in order for the AI industry to be created, so AI model, AI app.
Can I have that chair? I'm going to sit down if I do want to. So I can make a note. Okay.
Now, all the chips are what's right here. Just it's not going to create that many jobs. Jobs is one thing, but isn't the profit and the know-how going to flow out of this country back to people like
No, this is exactly the point. If we built the AI infrastructure here, and this is what Prime Minister Starmer really mentioned the last trip that I was here. The last trip I was here, 10 years ago. Understood that in order for that AI to happen, you need to have the infrastructure. And so building the infrastructure here, building the infrastructure to create startups, and create jobs. In order to build these factories and jobs, to create a lot of
You also need a lot of energy technology. Electricity is a lot more expensive in this country. This is going to be...
Hello, I keep seeing Freddie for you and you're not there.
Oh, it's fine. So I was talking to the terrorist guys.
Oh. Oh, Freddie's trying to meet you as well, by the way. Hello. I'm not sure. It's not doing so well, Richard. You're going to have to
I'm sure she'll be able
What's your reaction?
Very good morning to you. We're outside the country estate of the British Prime Minister with the Minister hashing out those key details. And it all comes as the President was welcomed in the UK with even more British pomp and pageantry than usually comes to the state visit.
So that was just one of those chief executives during part of that business discussion, that round table. Also British companies like GSK who are offering to invest £30 billion over the next few years in the States. That's a big important announcement from the British government. Very hot on the pump. Disbelief that the American taxpayer gets ripped off when it comes to pharmaceutical companies. She's got it. Nice to meet you. Thanks.
Tariffs and trade are expected to top the agenda today, but we're also likely to hear conversations about issues like the wars in Gaza and Ukraine. Both
2 minutes.
Yeah, what have you got? Actually, got OD.
Thank you.
Yesterday I looked like I was on the phone.
Okay.
This morning without being mocked, you know.
Yes, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't spoken to them about and they've been, you know, I have been helpful with any press releases.
But if it's popping like this, then we need to hang up and dial again. Michael, are you still?
Do you want to hear the directors?
Michael in London, are you there? Yeah, we're getting like pops in the connection. They're weird. Basically, hang up and try again.
That's a lot of tariffs.
Reestablish comments.
Because you're also trying to sell in. That's really not worth it.
You go over the need chop up?
Yeah, all good. I'll get some water off it. No, don't worry. Water.
Why would we lose that? The piece is going to be dated by
I'll start work on that 5-minute piece for online.
There's a different one.
In between the hits.
What are you doing that before?
No, I was literally get my get myself into the story, but I need to write.
You're not a public.
The problem is the press
I
conference.
offered to write it for you, but then it would sort of set the bar too high for you this time.
The truth is, the press conference is the story. Everything else is.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit, you know, this 150 billion investment.
That's at the bottom.
Yes, okay, but it's still bubbling.
Top 2/3.
Yeah, the press conference, yes. We also want to.
This is the press conference.
But that's still also, it's still about money, isn't it? Individual tariffs and all that. I know there's the extra. It's fundamental.
Yeah, I could take a picture, could you, of me here for my Twitter. Just one.
Would you like a flashing one or one?
Behind the camera. I'll do a Twitter. Tune in for the latest.
On camera minute?
If you say that.
No.
What?
Because that will change.
Wear my big tie today. This is my big. Trying to call me the president. You know there are journalists here. We can get in, expert, have a chat on what to expect. Ben Riley Smith over there. He knows Trump very well. Ben Riley Smith, sorry. Yeah. He wrote a good piece, magazine piece. The Telegraph guy, he's funny.
Cool.
Huh?
So I'm doing the one. The one, yeah. Actually, they're posted at 1:30.
With me and Chris.
Well, let's get your mics and everything.
Well, what aren't the issues, frankly, Olivia? I mean, so many issues of, it could be an awkward moment for our Prime Minister. It won't be the familiar fireside chat, as they call it in the trade. I was there in the Oval Office in February when Donald Trump sat there with Keir Starmer when the letter was produced from our King, inviting him to this very state visit. And then in Turnberry, of course, but back in July, when again the same structure, we all stood around in a half moon, looking down at these two individuals, Keir Starmer and Donald Trump. This will be behind podiums. It'll be much more free-form, we're told by number 10 sources. It won't be a kind of, normally in this situation you have 2 questions from the UK press and 2 from the visiting foreign press. That won't happen. So really, frankly, anything can happen, and that's why all sorts of questions will be asked, notably, I think, about the steel tariffs in this country. Will they go to 0 from 25% for exports from the UK to US? Of course, in the EU it's 50%. We're doing better than them, and of course we've been told that's a Brexit dividend. But why not get that to naught to help our steel industry? Palestine, Gaza recognition. Last night, the Lucy Powell, who's challenging to be deputy leader of the party, said to be an event to commemorate that happening. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and the rumour is it may happen this weekend. What will they think of that? The PM said he'd do it before the meeting of the UN General Assembly next week. The issue of one in, one out. That in fact, we sent an individual to France, the first time a migrant arriving here illegally. That's a boost for number 10. But what will happen next? We'll get one back, will we? And will it go anywhere? What's the answer? Maybe the European Convention on Human Rights. Other questions too. Jeffrey Epstein, that looms large. Do you miss Peter Manson as ambassador to Donald Trump, maybe? Sadiq Khan, London Mayor, he of course has said that President Trump has been fanning the flames of divisive right-wing politics around the world. What does Donald Trump think of that? Well, I think we can guess on that one. And also maybe a question about the pair of them. I asked both Keir Starmer and Donald Trump in the Oval Office in February a simple question, which is an interesting one. What do you have in common? You're a left-wing politician, you're a right-wing one. Why do you think you get on so well? That could be a good one to ask.
No, we're trying something else.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Liverpool then Brighton is always the end. No, I've got to listen to this year. I'm switching on pretty nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and the crucial thing here, of course, is who's in charge. Now, both in Turnberry in the summer and in February in the Oval Office, the person in charge is the President of the United States, even though Turnberry is UK soil. This is Keir Starmer's country house as Prime Minister of our country. He's in charge, so he can really coordinate and make sure that he keeps ticking along. If it gets embarrassing, maybe he might overrule some questioning. I don't know. Let's wait and see. I should say that right now, or very shortly, the Prime Minister and President are meeting with business leaders. Of course, overnight we've heard of a £150 billion tech deal signed. There's a business reception ahead of the press conference. So they'll be keen to talk about what they've been up to, trade, frankly, and we'll be trying to work out where the grit in the oyster is, where it's a stone in the shoe of the special relationship. But you're both journalists, I've known for a long time. What would you ask him? I know. And yeah, well, but particularly we're in the home of where Magna Carta was signed a few miles away, and don't forget the Jimmy Kimmel cancellation overnight for those remarks about the killing of Charlie Kirk and the MAGA, the right reaction to that. That will be a question, I'm sure, that the US press pack will be keen to push. And we'll raise maybe Lucy Connolly, maybe Graham Linehan's arrest by 5 armed policemen, an Irishman tweeting from America, not even the UK, but being arrested on arrival. Olivia, any questions?
Yeah. Wait before 6, please. That's okay. Yeah.
I'm making notes here for you both, so I'll try and get some of those into the press conference at 2:30. But no question, when that question was asked, I think of the president in Turnberry. President Trump went on an attack against Sadiq Khan. It's a bit of a kind of they like doing it, having a bit of row in public. But I saw very awkwardly, Sir Keir Starmer must have shifted uncomfortably and said he's a friend of mine. So he's still friends with saying these things about the leader of our closest ally. Question.
Yeah, I see.
Is that okay? That's encouraging me to keep going, making good points. Yeah, you're nodding.
Oh, yeah,
I think that actually helps me.
No, I do, because I do feel like there's few more things that we should do.
Well, that is a good point.
You know, I was listening to us, and I feel like, yes, I'm slightly irritated because my clients are pretty sweet. I know it's on the channels. Also, you know, people like
I think it's his big guys and me. I think he's dead, hasn't he buried yet? And family mourning. I mean, there's not.
Still.
The other point,
I agree, it's distasteful.
Yes, that's the point.
They're obviously looking for reasons to stop paying 16 million because there always is a reason. If they're racing for reasons, this would happen. It's like anybody, it's like I walk in your opinion. It's something I don't really want to hear. That's human nature. There's nothing to be speech.
The left and right.
It's a bit Germanic, you can say.
The left and right.
I don't know.
Well, when's our next one? And then
in theory, yes. So I
think about the table, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I said we'll be available as
Who's seen when it went out? When I was having some reports last week, man. Mark is doing it.
It's been reported, but I'm waiting for
That guy can do that, Mark. It's up and gone now.
check as much. From what I'm thinking about maybe not allowing Right, I'll head back to the right.
I'm right back end of this thing.
Fine, do that.
You try and batch that.
I'll tell you about, but it'll be strategic.
Got me somewhere.
Yeah, I think, which way we want to end up? We'll go there, or whatever, we'll end up. Dortmund or something. Where's your dinner? So if we go down there,
I'm sure you want tag and a straight and throat. Yeah,
that's fine. Thank you. 100% over. 100%. Yeah, thank you.
What time is it? Right, so it is fine. You asked the Ben Smith. I don't know it, so it's up to you. If you're happy to do that.
You wrote 4,000 words about this Trump, is it? That we can tell him.
Have you had these chatting again?
Otherwise, I'm saying the same head next time.
That's why I'm saying.
It's not saying that you want to, it's up to you. In the sense of, yeah. You know, the problem is if they give you a short here.
Do you ask them if they want to do it? Should I ask them? You ask them. Right.
I don't know. So
Sigue, and you want to. Just on. I'll go find it. Should I ask him if we can do it? And then I'll
if he wants to do it, tell me and we'll sort it out.
Yes, when you came in through that, there's a team that will be there for the money.
Where's Mark then? Is Mark doing the story? Yeah, I'm quite sure I can pull out email out. We'll have to consider around there. I don't want to step on any mistake. Alright, good mate. When do they want chocolate? Next hour or sooner? Yeah, he's done that one. We might.
They'll be crashing something for their noon show based on what he said.
Yes, for the pressure. I don't know when it comes together. Catherine's offering to potentially stay, which I think to cover that, but maybe not. I was going to say we might grab one of the other journos to be a guest. Chris is quite keen for the next hour. I don't know what we'll see. Well, yeah, the Telegraph's guy's written a lot of stuff about Trump. I don't know. He's interested in that. There's only journos in it. Maybe I'll say. Possibly. I'll let you guys know if that's an option. All right. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Bye.
It's low voltage, it's 6 in the morning. Power unit is not giving, I don't think it's quite giving 12, it's like 11 and a half, so it's just set it off. Chris knows about it, it's got batteries on it. right? Everyone's done it. So far away from the operating system bit.
To be honest with you, you switch it on, choose your filter, white balance,
check that focus. Check that focus, as I tell everybody. Change lenses.
You know, this garden looks exactly like the garden in San Francisco.
It's the only thing I've done weird with it is the window.
What? English garden. I mean,
If you put it in your ear, it feels a bit hollow and not like warm. That's why. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, even yeah, it's good. Same thing. Might get my brain.
Really annoying we can't get there, but we quite nice to have a look at the phone slot. I'm in person, I quite like it. It's just a travelling room the whole time. Yeah. I don't mind having a different show on, it's quite nice to have a note. Okay. So they literally been bullied by the chatting to bed near the toilet. No, he won't get, no, I'm literally like a school trip. It's not a school trip. No, back on the bus. Yeah. That's exactly right. So what they do? What they do? Well, that's what we're going to look at the business. There's a kind of businessy meetings going on at some point. Maybe. I don't know if it's good support. I don't know if they're going to stand and look. I don't know, I'm not really sure. They get keep them nice. Right now, we'll go. No, you over there. Come on, go on the road. Get left behind. Literally, it's quite funny, but the chatting to her is like, voice shrieks out. She's like, oh.
Good morning, Ainsley. Well, it's a special relationship, right? And Donald Trump's politics are so much different than Keir Starmer, who describes himself as a progressive and sometimes as a socialist when asked. But these are two guys who have come together to try to figure out how to end the war in Ukraine. And, you know, we saw this big royal welcome that these royal families gave President Trump over the last couple of days. Now is the official policy part of this this trip. And even though it's the Prime Minister and the people, I'm too shabby out here as checkers, which is like David of the British Prime Minister. And so they're in there in this house behind us, ironing things out, and then within the next couple hours, we think that they are going to come out for a presser before the president fills up in D.C.
It's not the long stuff. How close can you get to the lens? Surely a piece of camera has to be about here, then, doesn't it? Like, yeah, it's going to be, if you do a piece of camera, it has to be that far away.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what?
Yes, I think the worst part was lugging his there was quite a lot of gathering to do it, so it wasn't one where you just had to stand back. Moving story,
No, they're not, Errol. In any way, they are. But they're both eager to iron out the final details of trade agreements between the two countries. Remember, this entire trip was prompted in February by the president's invitation to come to the second state visit. No other world leaders ever received two state visits. But it was designed to ensure that the trade deal would get cut, and it was the first one announced by the White House in the Trump terrorists. And we are expecting to hear a little more today about ongoing announcements from various tech firms across the United States who are planning to now invest tens of billions of dollars in British artificial intelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy technology.
Yes, a lot of firsts for me on Fox throughout the years. This Sunday will be the first time I've ever hosted a meeting for an hour by myself. And so it could go great. Maybe not, we'll see. But you know, even though we have such great access to this president and his team, like every time I go into the Oval Office, I have 2 pages of printed questions. But there's always like 1 or 2 things that, because of follow-ups or because of other people asking things, that you don't get to. This show is an opportunity to explore and expand on things that are really important and that people that we get emails from and that we see it at the deli think are important, but there just is not always time within our daily routine. Especially because Jack and I are usually on these shows, we only have like 2 minutes, and then the rest of the news has to get covered. This hour at 11 o'clock on Sunday is going to be a highlight reel of what it was, and a look at what the questions we do think we're going to have. It's very, very good guests.
We'll hopefully get a chance to hear
I'll do that when I see
with the British Prime Minister. This is the country estate of whoever served as British Prime Minister. In essence, their Camp David. And he's been here before. He was here during the first stages. Other presidents have been here as well. But after that, then he heads back to the United States this afternoon for a full slate of things for the weekend, including attending the funeral of Charlie Kirk Sunday.
We are outside.
Alrighty.
That's 1, 2, 1 married.
All hard news and get them to see.
Either of them.
We're going to do this now.
Turn off.
Yes, turn off mine.
Yeah, ignore the flashing light.
What's that, Jack? Well, once the press is over and he's cleared out, I think let's see what they ask us to do. Jesus asked for a bit for 6. We can't read Jesus would be on so it will just be a question of getting on the bus. The bus is shuffled. If they say you'll see the bigger system, go back to the bus. I mean, I do, but I can't say where they are because it's
Right? Yeah.
But he'll clear off. Yeah, it's strong. So
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1-2-3-4-5 6-7-8-9-10.
Yes, yes. They're saying this is a little low if we can boost the audio.
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1-2-3-4-5 6-7-8-9-10. Nothing has changed since the first two times we've done this morning. But I will be talking at this level, and it seems they've increased it better.
I'll go find some shit.
No, don't worry, honestly.
Sure.
Okay.
No, listen.
For your top stair for 6, cost 30.
This is for 9 a.m.
Yes.
Oh, we do now.
This is not redoing for the
They're
West.
aware.
Don't take your foot off that.
Oh. No, this is not the West Coast.
No, this is not a West. This is not yet the West Coast update. First, we will do the 9 o'clock. Then we will do the West Coast.
We can do West Coast updates. Do you want to do those first? And you have your, before you switch to Raw? Yes. For the 9 a.m. Okay. Okay, great. You can just, anytime you want for the 9 a.m., just go and say back to you on the back end.
Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate with the British Prime Minister to hash out those issues. And it comes the day after the President arrived here in the UK to far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies this sort of state visit. 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning. The two leaders are meeting here at the country estate of the British Prime Minister to hash out those key issues, and it comes after the President was welcomed here to the UK with far more of the British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies a state visit. Harris and trade are expected to top the agenda during the conversations here today. But we're also likely going to hear about how the two leaders are dealing with ways to resolve the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, as much as the world has struggled to figure out pathways to peace. Back to you. That's for the 9.
Rebecca, OT.
Just let me know when you're back.
Huh? Emergency oasis. You are? They do 3 more days? I've only got 1. I didn't try to do that my girlfriend. So I saw that leg reviews and I would really like to see them. I just didn't, I couldn't be motivated to get that ticket and watch it again. I mean, I could have set up to it. Somebody said you would have talked about it. Yeah, it's not my problem.
No, we'll just, yeah, well, we can do it now.
Just 60.
We will hold. Yes.
They should be scheduling much as good too. Telling us what we can call.
Yeah.
hard to stay on top of it.
I did put a job brilliant at working with people, and I did a few videos so
Well, good morning. The two leaders met here at the country state of the British Prime Minister and the House of Representatives. And it all came after the President's run into the United Kingdom with far more British pomp and pageantry than usually accompanies these state visits.
It depends who answers first.
The President and First Lady are scheduled to be back in Washington tonight after the 2 days of pageantry and diplomacy. Both countries hoping to build on the goodwill that played out here the last 2 days. The President and First Lady are leaving this afternoon, scheduled to be back in Washington tonight after 2 days of pageantry and diplomacy, which both countries hope they can use to build on for the months ahead.
Yeah, we'll do a post game. Yeah.
Still gets credit.
I'm thinking. So I'm thinking should the centre will be there, and then Gary.
That's a special shoestring.
Oh my God, the shoes.
Yes, yeah, I saw you. And when he went out there, did a good TV like this, Starmer? Alien Earth, anyone's seen it? Really good. Really, really good. What's that? It's a lot of time.
So it's going to be there for the actual picture. It's going to be a single file. I'll turn it off.
Yeah, basically go one way.
I know the people.
We have labeled the mics.
Yeah. We're just saying to John, his left-handed, I would have put everything this way. So just go back into positions again. Like I said, so just thinking about it's Gary being a bit bigger. Chris, no, Henry's at one, and then Chris and Gary are half past. It sounds like that's fine. So I think yes. So just say you're Chris. Yeah. So you're renting from you're joined by Gary, which is Gary there. Yeah. Gary, and then I can then come in on Gary quite tight, rather than just give my full profile. Okay, that's
we've got that little there so we know, give a little, just so he knows.
Well, we can certainly run you down a
and I think
yeah, once he's in, he's pretty good, yeah.
And it's 3 feet plus present. Just 3 feet for both of your...
Yes, yeah.
Because it's not really a guess.
So does he sometimes he doesn't need to be much oh, sorry. So they're both on you. That wasn't my question. You don't really get a guess. Just answer the question I'm answering.
That's the thing, it's not a guess.
Yeah, of course it is. This is on power. Respect. Good.
Lovely.
No, at 1 o'clock you've got Henry, then Henry, then Gary Green, and you've got Peter.
Hello, Ralph. Sorry, I missed you.
I can't see it, but the thing that is that's so much. I don't know, but it sounds like
You running through it?
there's no balls. Okay. Just tell me that.
Was it literally that bad?
But I think I saw stuff on Monday. On paper, it sounds kind of amazing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's good. How are you? Nice to see you. I think it was the last Sunday. Granite Palace was our last series. Yeah, well, Did you come up this morning?
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? Like, the only thing. Well, I assume so, yeah. It sounds like this morning. Yeah, I've been here for, it feels like a week. We got here at 4:30. It's very atmospheric. I've never been here before. Did you ever come here in your military days?
Yeah, I do.
You've probably been inside. Yeah, that's like right, which is where the buses are.
Just go a fraction to your. Not too far. I get a bit of the piece.
Yeah, right.
Hello, gallery. I can't hear you.
That's right. I am. Just let me know if you want to do a rehearsal. Been here for a very long time. No, not cold, just slightly still. Quite a lot, but that's better. What are you going to answer? Let it roll. Hello, hi. Great, okay, yeah. Just give me a key, yeah, thanks.
Yes. Wow, I've been to them.
How about you?
Thank you, Toba. Good morning.
6 lines.
You should say your VCR. If you have one and it still works.
Oh, wait.
We found some tapes when my dad was cleaning out his house, and it's like, well, my dad was cleaning out the house, and he had all these DVDs that we used to love, and he's like, does anybody want one? It's like, I can't even play it on my computer.
Lovely. It's wonderful. Our brand is Crisis. That was a Sandra Bullock movie. A bit too true to life at times. Sir? How are you? Yeah, the president will have a speech binder as well.
In terms of putting down the agreement signed, would videos, for example, come on and put them down?
We could.
So that it's like Mark goes down, come in, have one person from our side.
See, that works. I'll just have to talk to state protocol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very nice to meet you. I think we did a good job here.
See you later.
I'll let you write on coattails.
Hey, Alex. Alex, is that Alex? Could you do a quick sound check for our guys?
Yeah,
real
certainly.
quick? Just read them some. Just start talking.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You know the story about President Reagan?
No, what's the story?
He was asked to do a sound check at a radio station.
Oh, yeah?
And they accidentally had him on the air, and
broadcasting.
He said, my fellow Americans, I've just signed legislation that will ban Russia forever. We begin bombing in 10 minutes. And it went out live to a major metro area.
One of those fun days. One more? From the right mic? I'll introduce myself in a second, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it that?
Just to make sure they get you.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You alright?
I think we're fine. So
Yep. US we're asking. Yep.
Are we missing anybody? I'm missing Susie.
thank you very much, and very nice to see you all. And Mr. President, let me welcome you again for this unprecedented second state visit. And it's a great pleasure for me personally to welcome you to my home from home here at Chequers. And thank you very much for taking the time to say hello to the staff, who are absolutely, they've done a brilliant job, and they've been preparing for weeks, and it's really so good to have you here. So thank you so much. You are among friends, and I think we all agree there's so much to celebrate in the special relationship between our two countries. By standing together in war and in peace, this bond is the very foundation of our security, our freedom, and our prosperity. But what is the relationship all about when it comes down to brass tacks? It comes down to leaders, of course, leaders who respect each other, leaders who genuinely like each other. And it comes down to our unique relationship on defence, the closest the world has ever seen. It comes down to the connections between our people, ties of family and friendship. The President himself is a shining example of that. But it also comes down to business, to all of you here, and thank you so much for coming here this afternoon. It's fantastic to have you with us as the best evidence of that people-to-people, business-to-business relationship that thrives in the special relationship. In so many ways, this story is a story about enterprise. The US is our single biggest, largest trading partner. Companies like BP, GSK, Rolls-Royce and AstraZeneca employ thousands of people in the United States. American companies like Microsoft, Citigroup, Boeing, Amazon and Blackstone do the same here. Together, we support over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. So this relationship is embodied in each and every one of you here today. We have, if you like, the great and the good of British and American business sitting with us. Leading lights in tech like Jensen, Ruth, Demis and Satya. Finance, Jane, Larry and Steve. And of course in pharma, in defence, energy and manufacturing. It is really great to see you all again, I should say, because of course we were together yesterday and we know each other very, very well, which is exactly as it should be. And just look at what we're achieving today together. The deals and investment that you're announcing today break all records. What a day. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. It is the biggest investment package of its kind in British history by a country mile. So thank you so much for your contribution on your part in that as the embodiment of that special relationship. And let me spell out what that means. It means life-changing investments across the United Kingdom. It's expected to create 15,000 jobs in Belfast, in Birmingham, Hartlepool, the Humber and well beyond. It means thousands of working people will feel and will be better off. And it shows the potency of this partnership. US capital and entrepreneurial spirit combined with British ideas and ingenuity. The UK is one of the world's largest economies. Maybe not quite on the scale of the United States, I concede, but my word, we punch above our weight. And we lead the world in expertise on quantum, on AI, life sciences, financial services and more. We have the only trillion-dollar tech sector in the West, outside of the US, again, I caveat. We have the best investment, the best universities, the most Nobel Prizes, and we have Demis here, outside the US. That's what we bring to the table, and we are proud of it. That's why we both benefit from this incredible relationship. Look at the economic prosperity deal that we struck back in May. It was the first trade deal that the President made. And yes, it was the best deal as well. We have the lowest tariffs in the world in vital sectors, and that is some achievement. It was a tough negotiation, but we did it for a reason, because it's a win for both sides, and because we knew that by working together, we could deliver more for working people. We could help the businesses here today to thrive, and help you create good, well-paid jobs in communities up and down our country. And ultimately, that is the test of the special relationship. How much it delivers for honest, hard-working people to make them safer and better off. We've already taken a big steps forward, and we're going further today, much further. In a moment, the President and I will sign our groundbreaking new technology partnership, the Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint to win this new era together, shape it according to our shared values, and seize the incredible opportunities that are on offer. I want to thank all of you for supporting this vision. We have huge new investments from NVIDIA, Nscale, OpenAI, Google, Salesforce, and many more, backing cutting-edge British jobs for years to come. And of course, tech needs energy. So to fuel this revolution, we've struck a new deal on civil nuclear power. We discussed this, Mr. President, last time we were together, and the opportunities we had. Generating energy for millions of homes and businesses, driving down bills on both sides of the Atlantic, and driving up energy security. So I want to thank everybody here for supporting this too, with brilliant job-creating investments from Momentum and others, including building up to 12 advanced nuclear reactors in the northeast. So this is a great day for the special relationship, a celebration of what has gone before, of course, but more than that, a moment to deliver investments, jobs and deals which will improve people's lives now and light up the special relationship for years to come. So thank you all. And now it is my pleasure to hand the floor to my friend, our friend, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and great job. Well, this is a very distinguished group. I can tell you that's what I do for a living. It was before politics. I would have to deal with you, and you are the best. You're the best in the world, and you're here. And it's an honor to have all of these great leaders. Really an honor. But I'm sincerely grateful to Prime Minister Starmer and Lady Starmer for welcoming us to this very special home, this beautiful place. And I was here a number of years ago, but somehow today it looks even better, even more beautiful, and even more historic. Melania and I are forever thankful to His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. We had a fantastic evening last night. But the exquisite honor of a second official state visit, the first ever, it's the first time it's ever been done, was, really was an honor. Such great history, and to think it's a first. It's always nice to have a first. But the ties between our countries are priceless, and it's really an inheritance. It's a beautiful inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable. But this is very big, and I want to thank all of the incredibly talented business leaders, the best in the world, biggest in the world, here this afternoon for investing in the Anglo-American Alliance, and you personify an important part of the unique national bond and really a world bond. What you've done is incredible. Our two countries do a great deal of business together. $340 billion last year was the number. In May, the United Kingdom became the first country to make a trade deal with the United States during my second term, and we sort of wanted to make it the first because the bond is so strong and the relationship so long. That agreement will create billions of dollars in opportunities for American farmers to sell their products into the UK, reduce barriers to trade, and give the U.S. manufacturers better access to the UK's world-class aerospace supply chain, which is really is world-class. A lot of people don't understand it, the importance of that particular asset that you have. It's a beautiful job you've done. There's no more natural partnership in the world. Together, we're building up the industrial capacity of both of our countries, which is crucial to our defense. And we work so well together in defense. I met so many of the leaders of your defending group, and many of them I've known by name, but now I know them pretty well. We had some very good meetings today and yesterday. So we're taking the next logical step with a historic agreement on science and technology partnerships, and this will create new government, academic, and private sector cooperation in areas such as AI, which is taking over the world. It's, I mean, I'm looking at you guys. You're taking over the world, Jensen. I don't know what you're doing here. I hope you're right. All I can say is we both hope you're right. But it's pretty amazing. Quantum computing, fusion, 6G, and civil nuclear energy, and align our nations through the approach of centered deregulation and innovation. And we're going to have a lot of deregulation and a tremendous amount of innovation. It's just happening. But this new accord is already helping spur a massive wave of private sector deals worth over $350 billion alone, headlined by a $136 billion from Blackstone. That's very nice. Steve, thank you. That's why you have that location, I think. It's considered the best seat of the year. Yours is pretty good too, Jensen. That's good. That's great, Steve. You know what you're doing better than anybody. American company X Energy and British company Centric has been announcing, and really for a long while they've been talking about this deal, the deployment of modular nuclear reactors across the UK, all across the UK. It's been in the wind for a couple of years, and now we're getting it done, generating more than $50 billion in economic value, creating up to 2,500 jobs, and powering 1.5 million homes. That's a lot of homes. 7 decades after British genius Alan Turing pioneered the field, this agreement will also help America and our British allies dominate the future of artificial intelligence. You need the energy. You have to have the energy. That's one thing I learned very quickly. They need a lot of electricity. In the United States, you need double what we have right now just to maintain that fight. We're right now, and I want to say, leading China and the world by a lot in AI, a lot. And we're creating tremendous amounts of energy and letting you create your own electricity in many, many cases. And we're giving you very rapid approvals. We're getting them approvals like they've never seen before. They used to wait 15 and 20 years to be rejected. Now they wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to be accepted. That's a pretty big difference. And at the same time, we always have the environment in mind, but we move them along. But we're committed to ensuring that you have secure and reliable sources of American AI and quantum technology. We intend to always be the UK's strongest, closest, and most trusted business partner. Very important to us. The relationship is very important. 1 year ago, our country was in serious trouble. The King of Saudi Arabia, a great gentleman, you all know him. He said, "Sir, your country was dead 1 year ago, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world," and it's true. And we'll have more than $17 trillion invested in our country this year. 17 trillion, which is many, many times what we had last year, and we're only in our just about almost 9th month. It's moving along quickly. It's amazing. I was saying we're in our 3rd month, our 4th month, our 5th month, but we're at, it's going to be over $17 trillion. No country has ever had anything like that, even close. GDP last quarter was 3.3%. Despite all of the things we're doing, one of the things we're doing, which I'm very proud of, is the border. We now have a totally closed border, totally secure for 3 months. 0 people came into our country, bad people. And they come in, but they have to come in legally. We have a great process going. And inflation is virtually non-existent. As you know, we're taking in trillions of dollars from tariffs, and they've been so incredible for our country, so incredible. We're keeping our companies happy. We're keeping them solid and sane, and they're very, very thrilled at what's happened. They can't even believe it. And we've never seen investment like this. Without the tariffs, we would have just a fraction of that. And we're really the only one that can do tariffs. Nobody else is able to do them. With us, it works because people have to be there. But we've slashed 30-year-old regulations. And as you know, in my first term, we had a very successful first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we had the biggest regulation cut in the history of our country. And now we're doing it again. We're slashing them at a level that is even beyond what we did in the first term. The first term, we did more regulation cutting by 4 times at any other time that any other country has done or that we've done. And we think we're going to exceed that this time. And we'll have regulation, but it'll be sane regulation. It'll be regulation that allows you to compete and do your thing, or regulations that you're able to get around and do things and you no longer have that regulation. But we slashed regulations at a level that's never been done before, and we're doing it at the same level right now. I recently signed the largest tax cuts in our country's history, and the bill includes a 100% expensing for investments in equipment and factories. Nobody's ever seen anything like that, and it lasts for a 10-year period, so it's going to be there for a while. But the countries and companies are coming into our country for the expensing aspect of the bill. It was in I call it the big, beautiful bill, the great, big, beautiful bill. We got so much, the largest bill ever passed in the history of our country. In fact, so big that we really don't have to pass too much anymore. We can just do this for 4 years, implement. You know, I like to implement because the bills are wonderful, but you have to implement. But the expensing is going to be the reason, I think, that bigger than anything else, when you have 1 year expensing, you can write everything off in the first year, including structure. So you didn't even have that in the first bill. I think it was the biggest factor in the first bill why it led to such growth, and this is actually a better form of expensing, and it's actually more significant. So today America is strong. Our economy is, I think, potentially the strongest it's ever been. We'll see very soon those big places that are being built all over the country. Car companies are moving in. AI is moving in. Everybody's coming in. They all want to be here. The drug companies are coming back. They all want to be there. They sort of have to be there, but they want to be there. But with this agreement, our cherished friendship with the United Kingdom is getting stronger and stronger. And again, I want to thank the Prime Minister. He worked very hard on this and getting this deal done. This is long in the making. They've been talking about it for a long time, and we got it done. And it's a real honor to be with you, and thank you very much. Thank you. Are you sure, Scott? If the deal's no good, I'm blaming you, Scott. It's a great honor. Okay, hold that up. Yeah.
Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, we're now going to take some contributions from our distinguished guests from the business community, starting with Setemis Hassabis, the co-founder and CEO of DeepMind.
Thanks, Varun. It's a huge pleasure and honour to be here today, and thank you, Mr. President and Prime Minister, for your fantastic leadership on the US-UK tech prosperity deal. This partnership builds on a rich heritage of scientific collaboration between our two great nations, pushing forwards the frontiers of human knowledge and technical innovation. The fruits of that historical partnership, from inventing the World Wide Web to mapping the human genome, have gone on to benefit all of humanity. In many ways, Google DeepMind, the frontier AI lab that I lead, is the modern embodiment of this wonderful transatlantic spirit of cooperation. With our two major research offices in London
just so you know, this isn't really. I don't know if you were involved in discussing this. So what we've agreed here is let's just stick to the AFC camera to the live. And this one, I'm going to be trying to pick off like the key workshop that will be live. Sorry. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Fine.
not smooth, it's a still tone. It's an APS-C lens. Yep. That's a 24, it's 16, but 24. That's nice and wide. We'll go into 300, which is it's like having an E&G lens. But obviously it's not super smooth.
No, but I mean if you're doing,
bang.
yeah.
And it's 500 quid. Sigma.
What,
It's
Sigma
quite
lens?
a new lens. It's worth looking into. It's honestly, it's the only.
I might take a photo
There
of
isn't,
that.
there literally isn't.
So I'm going into my...
I'm going to go and try and find it, okay?
Which way am I going? That way?
Back to the stand-up position.
Right, okay, cool.
Hi, we're all done.
Yep, that's how you don't find them.
Yeah.
I'm happy, yes. Should I not be? Or should I?
No, that's
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Right.
As in this clip's over there.
Soon.
Hello, audio check, 1, 2, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon, audio check for press, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm getting thumbs up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Audio check for press, left podium good, 1, 2. Audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Still good, good. Everybody good, thumbs up, 1, 2. All right.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to welcome you to Chequers. This historic second state visit is a moment to celebrate the unique bond between our two countries. But today we've gone far beyond that. We've renewed the special relationship for a new era. The United Kingdom and the United States stand together today as first partners on defence, first partners in trade, with the groundbreaking deal we struck in May, and now with the new agreement that we've just signed this afternoon. We're confirming our status as the first partners in science and technology, ready to define this century together, just as we did the last. This tech partnership has the power to change lives. It's our chance to ensure that technologies like AI, quantum, and others amplify human potential, solve problems, cure diseases, make us richer and freer, strengthen the cause of democracy, not tyranny. This is the territory on which the future will be won. So this partnership today is a signal of our determination to win this race together and to ensure it brings real benefits in jobs, in growth, in lower bills, to put more hard-earned cash in people's pockets at the end of each month. That's what we're determined to deliver. And we're bringing businesses with us. We've just come from a fantastic meeting with business leaders where we set out this vision. They have responded with new deals and investment, breaking every record that we have. £250 billion flowing both ways across the Atlantic. That is a record. Expected to create 15,000 jobs here in the United Kingdom. High-skilled jobs in cutting-edge sectors where people can build careers for the long term, changing lives in communities up and down our country. And look, while we shape this bond for a new era, the fundamentals have not changed. Security remains the cornerstone of this special relationship. We have the deepest, most advanced defence relationship in the world. Our warriors train together and they fight together. Our industries build together, everything from fast jets to the new AUKUS-class submarines. So now, as we drive up defence spending, we're going to sweep away the barriers to working together on new defence technologies so we can stay ahead of our adversaries. We're united in defence and security. Yes, absolutely. But we're also united in the pursuit of peace. We are working together to end the humanitarian catastrophe in the Middle East, get the aid in, free the hostages, and ultimately bring Israel and the region back towards a comprehensive plan which can deliver peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike. We're also working together to end the killing in Ukraine. In recent days, Putin has shown his true face, mounting the biggest attacks since the invasion began, with yet more bloodshed, yet more innocents killed, and unprecedented violations of NATO airspace. These are not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we've discussed today how we can build our defences further, support Ukraine, and decisively increase the pressure on Putin to get him to agree a peace deal that will last. And President Trump, you have led the way here, and we will continue to stand and work together for security and for peace. Mr. President, next year we'll celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States. We've come on a long journey together since 1776. But it's no exaggeration to say that the partnership our two nations have built has shaped the world from the beaches of Normandy to the founding of NATO, to the creation of technologies that have revolutionised our lives. Time and time again, it is British and American men and women side by side, changing the path of history and turning it towards our values, towards freedom, democracy and the rule of law. In Britain, we take huge pride in that. And let's be clear, this relationship is not just about history, it's about the future. It's about the benefits it delivers now and for decades to come, to make our people safer and better off. We've shown today that we're delivering those benefits, improving people's lives. So we will go into that anniversary year more optimistic than ever and more confident than ever about our two great nations and what they can achieve side by side. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Prime Minister Starmer, Melania and I are tremendously thankful for the wonderful hospitality that you and Lady Starmer have extended today at Chequers. Quite the place, I must say, quite the place. And we're grateful beyond words for the spectacular honor of the state visit yesterday at Windsor Castle, hosted by His Majesty King Charles III and Her Majesty Queen Camilla. These are two fantastic people. We will never forget it. As I said last night, the bond between our countries is like no other anywhere in the world. The United States and the United Kingdom have done more good on this planet than any two nations in human history. That is thanks in large part to the traditions of British liberty, which grew up on these isles, these beautiful, magnificent isles, and were carried by our ancestors to the New World. We're forever joined, and we are forever friends, and we will always be friends. This enduring connection is why I was thrilled that the United Kingdom was the very first country with which we made a historic trade deal, and a very good trade deal. He's a tough negotiator. I think it was a better deal for you than us, but these are minor details.
It's a very good deal for both of us.
He's a great negotiator. We will extend our unparalleled security alliance into the realm of economic security for the first time, and I look forward to finalizing it very soon. We'll have it done very quickly. We have also just signed a historic technology prosperity deal, one of a kind, to ensure our countries lead the next great technological revolution side by side. In fact, we just left the business leaders, the biggest in the world. Some are in this room right now. And that was quite a meeting we had on business and trade and technology. This trip has galvanized $350 billion in deals across many sectors, and we're committed to ensuring that the UK has a secure and reliable supply of the best AI hardware and software on Earth. And we supply that, and we'll make sure we supply it in quantity to the UK. We also are joining forces on quantum computing and nuclear power, a natural partnership for close allies. The United States, as you probably have heard, is doing better than it has ever done in terms of business and investment. The stock market has hit a new high, as you know, and that's for many, many days out of our fairly short 8 months. And we seem to be hitting new highs, and I think we're going to do much better even as time goes by. Jobs are at a record, and most importantly, we have more than $17 trillion, $17 trillion, and this is during an 8-month period being invested in the country, which is not only a record, but if you compare $17 trillion to the last year of the Biden administration, they did $250 billion. They didn't do $1 trillion for the 4-year period. We did $17 trillion of investment coming in. A lot of it's because of tariffs, and a lot of it's for a lot of other reasons, but there's never been anything like it. It's an economic superstar. That's what's become. It was mismanaged and badly handled for a long period of time, but it's not badly handled anymore. So that's a record. And remember, that's up until 8 months. We have another few months to go, and that number is going to get significantly higher, especially if we win a certain case that we're waiting to hear. That will be something like the world has never seen. I want to congratulate the United Kingdom on making the vital commitment to spend 5% of GDP on defense at the NATO summit this year. We've worked together very closely in so many ways. I'm very honored to tell you that we've solved 7 wars, wars that were unsolvable, wars that couldn't be negotiated or done. The U.S. has done 7 of them. The one that I thought would be easiest would be because of my relationship with President Putin, but he's let me down. He's really let me down. It was going to be Russia and Ukraine, but we'll see how that turns out. But that turned out to be, I thought it might be among the easiest of the group, but we had settled just about every conflict, and as you know, we're working very hard on Israel and Gaza. All that's happening over there. Complex, but it's going to get done. It'll all get done right. And likewise, Russia and Ukraine will get done. But you never know in war. You know, war is a different thing. Things happen that are very opposite of what you thought. You thought you were going to have an easy time or a hard time, and it turns out to be the reverse. As we saw in the unforgettable parade yesterday at Windsor Castle, what a place it is. The British Armed Forces carry on one of the finest military traditions in the world, one of the greatest marching bands, one of the most magnificent sights I've seen. I know that our service members look forward, and we do look so forward, to working even more closely with yours as you push toward that 5% goal. And I think, Mr. Prime Minister, you're just about there. You're going to be there very quickly, along with a lot of other great countries. I want to thank NATO and our wonderful head of NATO, who's really worked very hard, Mark, for the job they've done. As you know, NATO was at 2% GDP, and they didn't pay it. Now they're at 5%, then they pay it. And we appreciate that. And we're sending a lot of weapons to NATO. NATO is paying for those weapons in full. But we're sending them, and we're doing a great job at getting them what they need. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking care of it, because the United States is into that war for $350 billion. And just really very sad. Just got out of control. They didn't know what they were doing. But over the generations, British and American warriors have shed their blood side by side in defense of liberty and freedom. And that's why it's so imperative that the United States and the United Kingdom stand together for these fundamental rights and values of the English-speaking world. And we've always stood together, and we will continue to. Just last week, a great American, Charlie Kirk, was heinously assassinated for speaking his mind. He was a great young man, incredible future. Some people said he might be president someday. I told him, I said, Charlie, I think you have a good shot someday at being president. And he just wanted to take care of youth. He loved youth. I've never seen anybody relate to youth like Charlie, and they related to him, and they're devastated. But I appreciate the many British citizens who have offered their condolences. And again, Charlie was a great person. We'll be going out to a service on Sunday. I'll be leaving with some of the people in this room just to celebrate Charlie and all that he's done. So incredible. Never seen anything like it. But I hope that together our nations can lead a movement to defend the glorious traditions of freedom on both sides of the Atlantic. There could be no greater tribute to the immortal bonds of affection and loyalty that unite the British and the American people for all of time. We have a relationship like no other. It will always be that way. We will always be united. We'll always be together. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for the great job I think you're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're going to take some questions. I'll call 2 or 3 to start with, and then I'll pass over to the President. I've got Chris Mason from the BBC first. Chris.
Thank you both. Chris Mason, BBC News. Mr. President, the UK is expected to recognise a Palestinian state in the coming days as the killing in Gaza continues. It often seems that you're the only person that Israel will listen to. What more can you say to them to tell them to stop? And why is the UK's position on a Palestinian state, in your view, wrong? And Prime Minister, what will the recognition of a Palestinian state actually achieve? Is it not just gesture politics to appease people in your own party? Thank you both.
Well, Chris, let me just start with that, because we discussed this amongst other things. We had the best part of an hour, I think, upstairs earlier today, just one-to-one, going through a number of affairs, world affairs, in private. And we absolutely agree on the need for peace and a roadmap, because the situation in Gaza is intolerable. The hostages have been held for a very, very long time, and they must be freed. And we need aid to get into Gaza at speed. And so it's within that context of a plan for peace, which we're working hard on, which not only did we discuss this morning, but our two teams have been working together on, that the question of recognition needs to be seen. And so it's part of that overall package which hopefully takes us from the appalling situation we're in now to the outcome of a safe and secure Israel, which we do not have, and a viable Palestinian state. Thank you.
Well, simply, I want the hostages released now, right now, not 1, 2, we'll give you 3 more tomorrow, and, you know, like it's been, but we're the ones that got all the hostages released. We got many, many came to the Oval Office, and I've heard stories like I've never thought even possible. There was no humanity, no anything. I said to them, I said, was there any warmth shown during this stay? Like they offered you a little extra meal, they gave you a little smile, and they said, don't worry, you'll be okay. And every one of them said, not even a little bit. Amazing, you know, to think that during this stay, long stay in some cases. We had a man the other day, 451 days he was there. I always ask that question. And was there any warmth shown? Just a little word of, you know, encouragement. And the answer is every time, absolutely not. I'm shocked to hear it, because in the worst cases, there's always somebody that comes through. We have to remember October 7th, one of the worst, most violent days in the history of the world, not just there, the history of the world. And I got to see the tapes, and I wish I didn't see them, actually, but I got to see them. And I want an end. I want the hostages released, and I think it's going to be okay. But it has been a brutal period of time. But this has been going on for a long time. This is not something that's over the last year, 2 years, but this has been for decades and decades. But we want it to end. We have to have the hostages back immediately. That's what the people of Israel want. They want them back, and we want the fighting to stop, and it's going to stop. But a lot of bad things. You know, Hamas said that they're going to put the hostages up as bait. They're going to put the hostages in front of any attack. And that's pretty brutal. We haven't heard that one in a long time. So we have to remember that. So I have a disagreement with the Prime Minister on that score. Okay? One of our few disagreements, actually.
Great. Can I take Jack from The Sun? Jack.
Thank you both. Jack Elson from The Sun. Mr. President, in the 9 months you've been in office, you've been incredibly successful in all but eliminating crossings on your southern border.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, illegal migration is at record levels in Britain. The Prime Minister is trying to tackle that. What advice would you give to the man standing next to you on trying to stop illegal migration in Britain? And Prime Minister, if I can just ask, the President is all about drill, baby, drill in terms of trying to secure American energy and cut bills for Americans. Meanwhile, you are turning Britain's back on oil and gas in favour of renewable energies, such as wind turbines. Why do you think that you are right and he is wrong?
So we had millions of people flowing in, totally unchecked, totally unvetted from the Biden administration. 25 million, in my opinion, that would be about 25 million. They came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They were gang members. They were drug dealers. They came from the Congo. They came from all parts of South America. They came from everywhere. Think of it. Prisons from the Congo being released into the United States. Prisons opened up in Venezuela and many other countries, pouring into the United States. And I couldn't believe it. And one of the reasons I decided to run. I decided to run because I don't want to be controversial, but you see what's happened and you see all the information that's come out. We won in 2020 big. And I said, let's run, we got to run, because I saw what was happening. And the worst thing that I saw was all of these people. You know, we've already solved inflation. We've solved prices. Oil is way down. Energy is way down in the United States. But what I saw happening with millions of people pouring into our country, I couldn't stand to watch it. And we've done a great job. Nobody, if you've seen the last, I appreciate your question, by the way. Nobody, absolutely zero, and I'm not even sure that's possible, but it's a very liberal group that come out with those statistics. The last 3 months, we had zero. From millions of people a year ago, we had zero people enter our country illegally. And we do have people coming in legally through a legal process and testing and lots of other things. I think it's very important, and we speak about it. And I think your situation is very similar. You know, you have people coming in, and I told the Prime Minister I would stop it, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, but it's going to destroys countries from within. And we're actually now removing a lot of the people that came into our country. It's a very hard chore. We were given a very, very bad hand. Millions of people came in from prisons and mental institutions. We have to remove them. And we are removing them. We have no choice, and I feel very strongly about it. Thank you very much.
Jack, let me just deal with the question of returns, because this is obviously an issue we're taking incredibly seriously. We've struck a number of deals, both on cooperation with other countries, because this is a problem right across Europe, to tackle the problem of actually breaking up the gangs that are running this trade. We have had a record number of returns, over 35,000 now, since we came into office. That's the highest number for the best part of 10 years. We struck the returns arrangement with France, and notwithstanding the challenges to that scheme, which you've seen in the last few days, a flight went off at 6:15 this morning, successfully returning someone under that scheme. So that is an important step forward. Obviously, there's no silver bullet here. There's a range of things that need to be done. But given the challenges of returning people, it is important that we're able to prove it can be done. It was done. It was done early this morning. So I can confirm that that flight went. It went successfully. And I'm pleased about that. Now we need to ramp that up at scale, which was always envisaged under the scheme. But it's very important that we have been able to prove that the proof of concept, if you like, that this can be done, and will continue in that way. On the question of energy, firstly, let me be really clear that I am absolutely determined to ensure that the price and cost of energy comes down, so that bills come down both for individuals, for families, with their household bills, but also for business, because this is so important. The mix will include oil and gas for many years to come from the North Sea. We've been clear about that for some time, but we also need to mix that with renewables, and it's the mix that's really important. And the approach I've taken on this is the same approach that I take to many other things, a pragmatic approach. Thank you, Jack.
I would like to say that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. We had inflation, the likes of which we've really never seen. They say 48 years, and I'll accept that, but I really don't. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we had an expression that I used a lot, drill, baby, drill. And as you know, we brought fuel way down, the prices way down. And we don't do wind because wind is a disaster. It's a very expensive joke, frankly. And we got our energy prices way down. That brought the inflation way down. And now we have very little inflation. And we have a very, very strong economy. So that was very important. Drill, baby, drill. And you have a great asset here. We spoke about it. It's called the North Sea. The North Sea oil is phenomenal. And I hope, because I love this country, you know. My mother was born in Scotland. And the Hebrides, Stornoway, that's serious Scotland. We were talking about it. And I want this country to do well. And you have great assets that you're going to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister.
Thank you. And I've got Matthew from The Economist. Matthew.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Mr. President, you say that President Putin has let you down. Have negotiations run out of road, and what are your next steps to compel an end to this war?
Well, he has let me down. I mean, he's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, frankly, the Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers. But, yeah, he said, let me down. I don't like to see. It's death. You know, it doesn't affect the United States. We have, other than unless you end up in a world war over this thing, you could. This was a thing that would have never happened had I been president. If I were president, it would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Most people agree it didn't happen, nor was it close to happening. And I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. I've said that many times. It was. But he would have never done what he did, except that he didn't respect the leadership of the United States. They just went through the Afghanistan total disaster for no reason whatsoever. We're going to leave Afghanistan, but we're going to leave it with strength and dignity. And we're going to keep Bagram, the big air base, one of the biggest air bases in the world. We gave it to them for nothing. We're trying to get it back, by the way. Okay, that could be a little breaking news. We're trying to get it back because they need things from us. We want that base back. But one of the reasons we want the base is, as you know, it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. So a lot of things are happening, but I am very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania, as an example, it was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the prime minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. The Congo, we settled the Congo with Rwanda. That was going on, and that was a machete war. That was a gruesome war. Many people, close to 10 million people killed. We got that settled. My biggest disappointment, but it's, you know, look, we did 7, and most of them were not thought to be settleable. We did India and we did Pakistan. That's 2 nuclear. That was purely for trade. You want to trade with us, you're going to have to get along. And they were going at it hot and heavy. But the Russia situation, I hope we're going to have some good news for you coming up. But again, it doesn't affect the United States. And look, it doesn't so much affect you. Of course, you are a lot closer to the scene than we are. We have a whole ocean separating us. But I will say this, it's millions of people have died in that war, millions of souls. And they're not American. The soldiers, mostly soldiers, as you know. The soldiers are being killed at levels nobody's seen since the Second World War. But they're being killed, and I feel I have an obligation to get it settled for that reason. Thank you.
And just to add on that question, because we have to put extra pressure on Putin. And it's only when the President has put pressure on Putin that he's actually shown any inclination to move. So we have to ramp that pressure up. I think it's important to have this conversation in the context of what's happened in recent weeks. We saw damage and bombing to the British Council in Kyiv. These are targets that it was thought until recently were not targets that would be hit. The British Council, the European Union Embassy, the Council of Ministers, where President Zelensky's ministers' work was hit. Again, these were thought to be places that wouldn't be hit. And then the incursion into Poland last week. And if you put that together, what you can see is either an emboldenment or at least an increased recklessness on Putin's part. And that's why I said earlier that they're not the actions of someone who wants peace. So we have to ramp up. And we discussed earlier today, we have built the coalition of the willing with British leadership and French leadership, stepping up with military planning in the seas, in the sky, on the ground, and ramping up what we do with the Ukrainians themselves. And of course, that, taken with an American guarantee, is now an example, I think, of the challenge of Europe stepping up to the plate, which it has done in the last few months, to show through what we and the French have done that we're prepared to take the lead in this and take the necessary measures.
But that's a war that could have been a third world war, and I don't think we're going to be there now. But that was heading to a third world war. And what a shame it is. What a shame it is.
Mr. President, do you want to call some of the
I would love to call a
outlets?
few of them. Bev, do you want to have a question?
I've got to come back to you.
Bev Turner, GB News. Thank you. Having been in DC for a few weeks, it's really interesting to see how you run the country as a proud Christian leader. And it really begs the question to the Prime Minister, if you don't mind, are we still a Christian country? But also...
when you say we, are you talking here or...
Here. The
Here?
UK. I'm still British. I might
I'd
live in
rather
America.
have
I'm
him
still
answer
British.
that question.
But also...
I can't give you that answer.
That's for the Prime Minister. But also, despite what we talked about in Scotland a few weeks ago, we still have 12,000 people a year here being arrested for social media posts, for free speech violations. Does that not remain an important area that there is still a lot of disagreement on?
I'd like to have you answer that.
Yeah, look, I mean, in terms of a Christian country, I was christened, so that is, my church has been all my life, and we are, you know, that is wired into our informal constitution. Of course, we celebrate many other faiths as well, and I'm really proud that we're able to do so as a country. And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom, and we protect it jealously and fiercely, and always will, and we will bear down on any limits on free speech. I draw a limit between free speech and the speech of those that want to peddle paedophilia and suicide social media to children, and therefore I'm all for free speech. I'm also for protecting children from things that will harm them, paedophiles, those that peddle suicide, which has had a terrible consequence for individual, particularly teenagers. And so that's the balance we strike. But we have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, please.
Thank you. Prime Minister, it's good to see you again. You have a beautiful country. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being
Two
here.
questions. One, just recently, President Trump labeled Antifa domestic terrorists. Would you consider doing something like that in your country?
Well, we obviously will take decisions for ourselves. I don't want to comment on the decisions of the President, but we take our decisions ourselves.
And my question to you, President Trump, is there any update on the auto pen?
Yeah, it's just gotten worse from their standpoint. The people that used it, and one in particular, one person, was never told by Biden to do it. Only spoke to Biden twice, and that was just talking about the weather, not talking about any order. And he was taking orders from people other than Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't giving those orders. You know, Joe Biden didn't believe in open borders. He didn't. I've known him for a long time. He was never the brightest bulb in the ceiling, as we know. You can go back 40 years ago and you'll see that. Go back and take a look at the hearings on Justice Thomas, and you'll see that very much. But he didn't believe in open borders and all of this nonsense that they're peddling now, which is why they're not in office any longer. It's a shame. The auto pen was illegal. It was illegally used. He never gave the orders. He never told them what to do. And I guess the only one he signed, or one of the few he signed, was the pardon for his son. But you had the congressman who, when they got the information, they found out they were guilty, and they deleted and destroyed all information, everything. You couldn't get any of it. They found out that Nancy Pelosi actually was offered the 10,000 soldiers, and she turned them down. They found out many things that were very bad. So they deleted and destroyed all information. You talk about freedom of the press and freedom of speech. How about that one? And there's not a thing. This is after a year and a half of hearings. They destroyed everything. And somebody's got to be held responsible. So Biden, what he did is they knew, I don't think he knew, but somebody knew. I don't think Biden had a clue about anything, if you want to know the truth. But they gave a pardon to those congresspeople. They gave a pardon. Those people are so guilty. They gave a pardon. But Biden didn't know about it. The people, whether it's Lisa or any of those people in there that really ran it. I know them all. And they're sick people. They're smart people. They're very smart. They're probably brilliant, but they're sick in ideology. And they were running the auto pen. And it was totally illegal what he did. And I hope it's going to be so adjudged.
Do you want to take one more, and then I'll
Okay.
go back to British?
Let's see. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. In the deal that you're working on for the Chinese to sell TikTok to an American buyer, are the Americans going to have to come up with their own algorithm, or are they going to continue to use the successful but addictive Chinese algorithm?
So what we're doing, and we're speaking to President Xi on Friday to see if we can finalize something on TikTok, because there is tremendous value, and I hate to give away value, but I like TikTok. It helped get me elected. In fact, Charlie said, "Sir, you ought to get on TikTok. You'd be great." I said, "Really? Tell me about TikTok." And we, as you know, we did unbelievably well with youth, like at a level that no Republican has ever even dreamt of. And in what, look, I think we won it for a lot of reasons, but that was a reason we won the election by such a big number. TikTok has tremendous value. The United States has that value in its hand because we're the ones that have to approve it. I specifically get the right to approve it. The people that are investing it are among the greatest investors in the world, the biggest, the richest, and they'll do a great job. And we're doing it in conjunction with China. But we are getting, the United States is getting a tremendous fee plus, I call it a fee plus, for just making the deal. And I don't want to throw that out the window. I can say this, that you'll have a lot of very unhappy youth. And I use TikTok very legitimately, very straight, just statements every day, little statements, short statements. "Sir, make it short, please." And TikTok Jack, we call him. It was pretty good. Did a good job for me, I guess. But no, I'd rather reap the benefits. I mean, the kind of money we're talking about is very substantial. And it'll be owned by all American investors and, the best investors and the, very rich people and companies are going to be owning it. Very, very straight, very legitimate companies, and really companies that love America. So they're going to be owning it. It's a big thing. And on a much bigger scale, and probably that's why we were able to get that, but on a much bigger scale, we're pretty close to a deal. We may do an extension with China, but it's an extension based on the same terms that we have right now, which are pretty good terms.
And my question for Prime Minister Starmer, if you feel so strongly about officially recognizing Palestine for statehood, why are you waiting for President Trump to leave the country? Why can't you just do it right now? And isn't there a risk in rewarding Hamas with that?
Well, let me be really clear about Hamas. They're a terrorist organisation who can have no part in any future governance in Palestine. And what happened on October the 7th was the worst attack since the Holocaust. We have extended family in Israel. I understand firsthand the psychological impact that had across Israel. So I know exactly where I stand in relation to Hamas. Hamas, of course, don't want a two-state solution. They don't want peace. They don't want a ceasefire. So I'm very clear where I stand on Hamas. Okay. On the question of recognition, I made my position clear at the end of July as to the timing, which has got nothing to do with this state visit, and I've discussed it with the President, as you would expect amongst two leaders who respect each other and like each other and want to bring about a better solution in the best way that we can. Thank you so much. Can I go back then to Robert at ITV?
Robert Person, ITV. Mr. President, you uniquely, you alone in the whole world, have the power to persuade Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the demolition of Gaza City, to stop the starvation of Palestine, and to stop the killing of civilians. If not now, when will you exercise that power and tell him to stop?
Sure.
And then for both of you...
But you do understand about October 7th.
You do understand. So believe me, I understand.
One of the worst days in the history of humanity. What happened, I have seen the tapes. Babies that are 4 months old and just chopped up to pieces. And you've seen the tapes and I've seen the tapes. You're a professional and so am I. And people forget about October 7th. I can't forget about it. So I want it to end, but I want the hostages back. I don't want the hostages used as human shields, which is what Hamas is threatening to do.
But as soon as they're back, that's the moment you will tell Netanyahu
Well,
to stop.
it would certainly help, but I have to have the hostages back. And I don't want them back piecemeal, as I said before. I want them back.
And on a separate issue, free speech, your Vice President Vance said that free speech is under attack in the UK. Do you agree with him? And Prime Minister, we saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not. He was fired for lack of talent. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, on the question of Charlie Kirk, can I just express how shocking that is, I think, to everybody who believes in free speech and in democracy. It sent shockwaves through the world, and I know that he was a friend of the President, and I reached out straight away to the President because I understood how impactful it would be on him and his family. And we all need to be absolutely clear about that. Whatever our political views, it is shocking and is to be condemned. On free speech, not much to add to the answer I gave earlier. This country's had free speech for a very, very long time. It is part of who we are as a country, and it is the values that we fought for. We fought for it during the Second World War alongside each other. So we need no reminding of the importance of free speech in this country. Thank you, Robert. And I go to Beth for the final question, please. Beth.
Thank you so much.
Sky.
Thank you, Beth Rigby, Sky News. Thank you, Prime Minister. If I could start with you. Prime Minister, President Trump has said he's ready to impose major sanctions on Russia if NATO countries stop purchasing Russian oil. He's got a point, hasn't he? Is that what you now believe is needed to bring Putin properly to the table? And what's your message to the President on US sanctions? And, Mr. President, if I may, the King praised your personal commitment last night to finding solutions to the world's most intractable conflicts. You have invested much of your time and effort in Ukraine. But even as you seek to broker a deal, President Putin is escalating the war. He's firing drones into NATO airspace. You say he has let you down. Was it a mistake to invite him to Alaska? Do you regret it?
No.
And is it time to squeeze him, sir, and scare him and impose sanctions? And finally, if I may, the elephant in the room, Lord Mandelson, he is no longer the ambassador. Do you have some sympathy with him that he lost his job over historic links to Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you very much, sir.
I don't know him, actually. I had heard that, and I think maybe the Prime Minister would be better speaking of that. That was a choice that he made, and I don't know. What is your answer to that?
Well, I mean, it's very straightforward. Some information came to light last week which wasn't available when he was appointed, and I made a decision about it, and that's very clear. On the question of the pressure on Putin and on Russia, which is obviously really important. Look, I think it is a challenge to Europe. There are a number of European countries which are too reliant on energy from Russia. The UK actually obviously has almost got nothing at all, but we do need to bear down and work with our European counterparts here. There are one or two countries, I think, that do need to look again at the question of energy. There's no one silver bullet here. We do have to have a wider suite of sanctions, which we've put in place a number of times, working across Europe and with the United States. And, of course, we must, and we are, making sure that Ukraine is in the strongest position now, because one of my long concerns here has been that whilst we talk about a ceasefire, and we all want a ceasefire, and we talk about what might happen after a ceasefire, we mustn't forget that Ukraine needs our support now. And we've said we stand with Ukraine from the start to finish, and that means we must continue to supply them with what they need in order to fight this war, which, of course, resulted from and is a result of Russian aggression. We have particularly done the sort of leadership role in the coalition of the willing, so that if there is a ceasefire and if there is a deal, and I do hope there is, that is then lasting and not then broken, because given previous history, I don't trust Putin. Thank you.
Very simply, if the price of oil comes down, Putin's going to drop out. He's going to have no choice. He's going to drop out of that war. And when I found out that the European nations were buying oil from Russia, and as you know, I'm very close to India. I'm very close to the Prime Minister of India. I spoke to him the other day, wished him a happy birthday. We have a very good relationship. He put out a beautiful statement, too. We have, but I said, you know, I sanctioned them. China is paying a very large tariff right now to the United States. But I'm willing to do other things, but not when the people that I'm fighting for are buying oil from Russia. If the oil price comes down, very simply, Russia will settle. And the oil price is way down. You know, we got it way down. We're drilling and we produce more oil than anybody else in the world. We're doing a lot. But I was disappointed to see that. And the Prime Minister was disappointed to see that. And it wasn't him. It was other countries. And you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't. That's not playing fair with the United States. And we can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
let's say hello in person. You should come back on. Still. You can always come. I appreciate it. You know what? This is quite tight, isn't it? I think we fit it to sort of 90 seconds.
Yeah, just keep it super tight. Snappy.
What's going on? We're not hearing it. I've just gone to Andrew Neil. They've got to Andrew Neil. No, I know.
Snappy, 90 seconds to 2 minutes.
I've got other bits out for it. Yeah, I mean, okay, excellent. And it's just a shotting, isn't it? Yeah. We done?
Yeah, I thought that was absolutely the central message of this was that we do not see outright, they've pretty well said that on Israel, on Gaza, on free speech, on a number of things, questions were asked, on which they clearly disagreed, and they didn't criticise each other. They stated their own positions, but at the same time, the language was all warm, wasn't it?
We have to do more of this ourselves now. It's all the fashion, isn't it? Yeah, I noticed, when I asked the question about the recognition
agreement explicitly. It's like, and whilst acknowledging that they've had their discussion in private about why they are where they are on that position. So it's similarly, I guess, with the conversation about Russia and Ukraine, and the fact that the president and the prime minister totally shut it down.
Yes, yes. In fact, I mean, when I asked if there was a problem with the British ambassador had been sacked over his exit connection, Donald Trump said, I don't know it. Talking about Lord Manson, absolutely.
Even though he had praised his accent in the White House.
Yes, and they've met many times. They've met many times. Yeah, yeah. No, I thought if that, though, is what the Prime Minister has won out of this visit, the right to respectfully disagree with the President, but not to change his mind, was it worth it?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Well, I think Danny's just calculation in the election that they got through that meeting. So, if you like, the positive feeling, and that they have a sufficiently good relationship with the President, that he will hear them out in private, specific to the British position that might be at odds with America. But the question about the extent to which the UK, and perhaps other European allies in similar positions on some topics, can persuade the President, it seems to me is the more open question.
I didn't get the impression that Keir Starmer had changed the President's mind on anything at all, except perhaps a few amusements about it.
Which is probably fairly well sort of disclosed. Cheers. No, not at all. Right, I'll charge. See you guys later. Thanks so much. Is it?
Get them on as soon as we can, yeah? What time is it? Let's try and get them on now. Try and get you on top of the hour. I don't know if they'll have cut that clip yet.
They have the answer to your question, but they don't have
No, he didn't have a question.
Bev's question. Who's Bev?
No, not Bev's question. I asked them to cut the son's
Small Bev, that was the best question.
That's fine, the answer. That's what
they've only got the answer, not the actual.
Yeah, no, I don't want the question.
It's small boat.
Yes.
Is it Christian?
Now,
It is.
They're going to interact with this interview, pause the ceremony video, and come straight to you. I'll be in the
I asked them to cut something.
Still being punished with more screen. Not yet.
Have they got that clip then? The answer to the son's question.
On what topic? What topic then?
Yeah,
that's good. That's
we
right.
don't want the
It's
question.
in the
So
army.
what about, it's the first question.
Thank you. So can I throw to that, please? Can I throw to that?
Yeah, it's called military. Yeah.
Already? Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 30 seconds. Fine. Thank you. They can cut that for later. Yeah, it's on replay. It's parked and ready to go. At the answer, so you can just do the precursor to it, yeah, Chris?
What's the plan?
Just do the precursor, because obviously it's knocked up on the answer.
Yeah.
So just,
Talk about it going
just lead into it with the question, the President's asked, what would you do in our situation? Yeah?
It's really helpful what you did there, because I've got my notes all over the place.
Literally just the key things I've got to extract the key ones. And you kept flashing it.
I think I'll be delighted with that. President Trump disagreed with Keir Starmer, sure, on his point of view. Yes, it's our pleasure to be told to rush back and leave it cooperation.
All good, mate. All good, thank you. I can hear next to the, yeah, thank you.
Tiny step back together. Tiny step. That's it, sir.
And then there would have been unexploded witnesses. There was nothing really quite contrary on the FCC like Manson. In fact, Donald Trump faces Google Manson was nothing at all on Nigel Farage. So I think chalking this one up makes sense.
Oh, no, it's fine.
I'm going to sit here and recommend it quickly.
Yeah.
When they see me, point the camera down, they see me, so they know I'm here.
Because you couldn't have hoped for that going. Donald Trump was in one of those kind of reflective, I don't want to say no energy, but sort of not quite in one of those sort of full-on moods that can be. It's obviously been a long visit, and that has taken its toll to some degree. And as Henry was saying, there were a lot of
say I wasn't called. I wasn't chosen for question number 10. I'm going to say that. I'm sitting in the front row with my hand in it. Literally 6 feet from the President and Sir Keir Starmer, of course, our Prime Minister. It seemed very friendly. I think the two appear to get on very well. They've met, by my count, once every 8 weeks since he became President. So they meet quite a lot, and they have forged this rather unusual relationship between two such different politicians, one from the left, Sir Keir Starmer, one from the right, of course, the President of the United States. But they roamed across all sorts of areas there. A big issue coming up, I thought, the American journalists asking a question about Palestine this weekend to Sir Keir Starmer. Are you waiting until the guy next to you leaves the country on Air Force One before you recognise the state of Palestine? That was awkward, I think, for Keir Starmer, but the slap on the back was very welcome, according to number 10 aides. Clearly, when Keir Starmer said we're not going to have Hamas running Gaza, that can't happen. That was a big slap on the back, and that wouldn't happen with the recognition of Palestine. Difficult questions on issues of freedom of speech. Sir Keir Starmer there saying we are the home of free speech and making those points, but asked twice about that. He gave that answer. But I thought the most interesting answer, I think, was one about small boats. What would you do to stop the boats? And the answer from Donald Trump, while it had much more bang for its buck than Sir Keir Starmer. Here's what the answer was.
Behind closed doors, they've established this war report, and I think actually got a bit of it publicly. The way in which Keir Starmer manages to smooth over those points of difference and maintain the report.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, we saw some elements of Donald Trump in terms of some of the things that he returns to time and time again, which will be a bit bewildering to our viewers watching. There's this whole question about Joe Biden's use of the auto pen. These things do come up and come up.
There we have Donald Trump there saying, why can't you recall the military, and something which has been said often by reform UK politicians here. And also news there on Afghanistan. The UK is trying to get back the Bagram Air Base, which Joe Biden, when he was president, he surrendered that to the Taliban, didn't he? But the Bagram Air Base, of course, 1 hour, he said, from where China develops its nuclear weapons or have a nuclear facility at least in China. So clearly, America is thinking around the world on this strategic level. But yes, interesting. I think it was an informative press conference, one much more friendly, I think, than you see with France and America. I thought in many ways we're back to where we are with this country. Are we going to choose to be the US's best friend or towards the European Union? Again, it was somewhere in the middle. You would want to.
I think that's right. I think you heard that in his tone, didn't you? He was, I wouldn't say overwhelmed, but he was clearly subdued by what had happened. Elated perhaps, but also subdued.
Exactly right. He did say there, drill baby drill, wind is a disaster, a very expensive joke. He said you have these huge assets in the North Sea, and he sort of implied though that the PM would start exploiting those assets. We haven't seen any sign of that, and of course Ed Miliband, the Climate Change Secretary, would be a lot against that. But yeah, there are divisions here. I think one of the few real divisions was over Palestine, and that's likely to be recognised by the UK government this weekend or early next week before the UN General Assembly meet. But yes, it was a friendly conversation between two close allies. I had my hand in the air, Martin, with your best question. Sadly, I wasn't selected by number 10 Downing Street to ask a question today, but I'll keep my hand in the air all the time for TV News viewers. I thought though. So there's maybe some movement on that. Well, I thought the question, Beth Jones' question was brilliant, of course. It was asking about the issue of Christianity, and the America is a big issue in America, laying out your faith on your sleeve. We don't do it so much amongst our leaders. But I did hear, I never heard Sir Keir Starmer say that I am a Christian. I've been Christianity or Christian all my life. He said he had been christened, and that's not what we hear from him. We do know that, of course, he observed the Jewish faith on Friday with his wife, Lady Starmer. But I think I've never heard him do God, if that's how you describe those remarks. I think that was quite interesting. And I think Bev Turner pressed him, of course, on issues of freedom of speech, which is so important to us. Great. Yeah, they're playing the I like having the in my hand the stick. It looked good that day. It was pissed off with your podcast. Oh, really? No, she was not a cop one, but I was so keen to hold the data. Anyway, she was running to me. She's the fastest. Used to this process. You or I are used to it.
That one will go in soon. I think what come up anyway. Yeah, he does. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Got the bars, end of transmission in 1 second. Got a gallery clear, just waiting for the technical clear, but I think I've got it. Full sound, because I've got generating bars. Clear, 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 clear. Wonderful. Happy the gallery director. That's what I like. Turn off.
want one pre-record or two? Do they want one for the other chairs? Do they want one?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3.
All right. All right.
Hello. Yes, you can.
It's just outrageous.
Yeah,
Yeah. Remember? Yeah. The draft,
So basically, one pre-record just for Prime, generic one, just general comments, yeah? To sum it up. And then the other one, specifically for the late show.
Yeah.
With the points that you made. Do you remember where you said?
What is the late show? Is like starting on Monday next week.
Yeah, they're piloting
That's the one.
We're only going to do it. We're just going to do this.
Yeah.
It's not general points. One has one.
You can keep that. What's the late show one? But is that the late show? So one I've got two.
One of them.
That plays out on the prime show tonight.
No, that doesn't play out in the pilot of the
Yeah. You call that three?
Quite a lot of them go digital. It's really only for the pilot.
Yeah. Those crisps.
I'm getting a
bit hangry.
Hang on.
Yeah, or just a biscuit. It's a massive, what is it? Huge jungle. When you're sitting on a chair, as you're on that's a moment. Yeah. That's why I just leant forward my knee. I was rocking on it, that's what happened. Yeah, you are, you're doing it wrong. You both are brilliant. Yeah, I kept doing it. I leant forward on my knee and just kept it. Huh? I was rocking on it. Plain Bevs.
I think you're still talking into that song. I think you're still talking
into the immigration socks.
I'm going to go and get you something to eat. Or do you want me to wait and then we go together? Do you want to get this hit out of the way?
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. It didn't matter that I wasn't cool because Bev was in there. We had a voice in the press conference.
I always said we've got 50-50 chance because we've got two people in there that we're better off. We've got cover by. I knew she was but it's not about that, it's about the principle of the fact
That's what I hate. It really pisses me off. Okay. I thought that point there, your first point on the small boat issue was most resonant. The President said, you have people coming in, and I told the PM I would stop it. Donald Trump told Sir Keir Starmer, and it doesn't matter if you call out the military, it doesn't matter what means you use, because it destroys countries from within. And now we're removing the people that came into the country in the US. That's what he means there. He's very clear. Why not call out the military? Listen to what I have to say. I went too soon to that. Sorry. Apologies. I thought that. I thought you wanted that. Sorry, Daryl. I'll pick up. Yes. I thought of that, yeah. It's fine. Daryl wasn't there. I won't. Not even for you. So that's it, a lesson now on controlling the small boats crisis on the very day that one person, I think of Indian origin, was sent back to France, and that was billed, of course, by Sir Keir Starmer as his scheme working. Also on the issue of wind farms, yet again, we know he hates them, Donald Trump, not a big fan. Wind is a very expensive joke, he said. We have a very good asset, he says, in the UK, it's called the North Sea, didn't he? He made very clear the North Sea oil is phenomenal. He said, my mother was born in Scotland, in the Hebrides. That's serious, it's serious Scotland we're talking about. I want this country to do well. He loves this country. That's very clear from what you were saying, Dan. In fact, the entire visit, he looked, in parts, deeply moved, Martin. You saw him, of course, in Windsor yesterday when he met the King and the Queen. You have great assets, he said. You've got to start using, I believe, under this Prime Minister. Drill, baby, drill, he told our Prime Minister. Also, Vladimir Putin over Ukraine has really let me down. I think it looks like we're seeing Donald Trump come back to where the UK has been for many months now. He's killing many people, and he's losing more people than he's killing. I mean, Russian soldiers are being killed at a higher rate than the Ukrainian soldiers, and that is the concern, the clear concern. And that question from Bev Turner on faith, we heard in response, Sir Keir Starmer saying, I'm a Christian, I was christened, although he does of course observe the Jewish faith on Fridays. Interesting to hear him talk about his faith, which we haven't heard before from this Prime Minister. Overall though, this visit, away from the pomp and circumstance, Martin, is about trade, is about jobs in this country. £250 billion worth of trade deals agreed. We've always been friends. Donald Trump said he called Sir Keir Starmer a tough negotiator who got a better deal than he would have got. That was denied by Keir Starmer. But we're seeing an economic security deal signed soon, as well as this £250 billion tech deal. Clearly the special relationship is moving out of defence and security and into trade and jobs. And again it goes back to where is our role in the world? Are we going towards the European Union or the US? It feels now, today, in Chequers, like it's the US.
government, the royal family, establishment during this trip. Of course, he didn't really get it to the British public because they were kept more than arm's length from him. Here, checkers.
Well, quite. That's a great question. I'd answered. I mean, we heard from the Prime Minister saying that around 6 a.m. today, the first flight took off, taking a single migrant arrived here in August back to France. This migrant, we understand, was originally from India. Why not fly to India? Well, he came here from France, so it's a French problem now. But yeah, if you step back, why can't we see firmer action involving the military? Nigel Farage, a former UK leader, he has said as much. Zia Youssef, in charge of policy at Reform, he has said as much. America is not tied into the European Convention on Human Rights, the right, Article 8, the right to a family life. That is one of the reasons why we have our efforts to take migrants back to the continent and frustrated. He hasn't got that problem in America. He's willing to use the military in ways we wouldn't. He's enforcing a land border, we've got a sea border, that's harder to enforce. But yeah, lessons here, I think, for the Prime Minister, from the President. Note that guy there, Donald Trump, he loves this country, he's proud of his roots to Scotland through his mother, he loves coming here, he's an Anglophile President. That's a great thing for this country and helps us with getting those deals done, like an investment on AI, on quantum that we heard earlier from Donald Trump. But definitely a lesson there in maybe just throwing off the shackles, Keir Starmer, and stop those boats, because in my view, if he can't stop those boats, that will be the single reason why he might lose the next general election. Didn't get the salute. I gave Martin the salute.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Right.
Well, you should have leaned forward, salute, and leaned forward to shake his hand. Right,
Well, you'd be great. You'd be great.
Do these as only one. Well, yeah. While you've got to do it, I sent you the thing. So you've got to do an as-live activity. Look at your,
No, I know.
And then the tease, flag you in a bit of time. Do you want me to get you before you do it? Just get out. Okay, I'll do that then. That's fine.
Let's have a go. Let's have one go.
Yeah, I'll just go and let you do it. You've got this really. I mean, it's just sum up the day, but do the tease at the start. And I've been here at Checkers. I was here at Checkers, because obviously it's a newsletter before tonight. That's me.
I don't know, went to quite early.
Well, that wasn't the point. The point is the gallery wasn't
So is it ultimately the best part probably when
This is my first rule. Mark's more about that.
but it was yeah, go. No, I said it to you personally. Yeah. So have a look at that. Just read that bit. And the last bit is,
do they drive this thing?
and I've been here.
Yep. Let's start with that.
Okay, I'll go next.
I'll take my earpiece out.
Yeah, let's just flick it off your back.
Was it funny when I wiped out?
Yeah, it's so funny.
Because I was on air.
Yeah.
So what I did, I just leant forward and just kept talking.
Yeah, you saved it well. You saved it well. Me and Tom was crying.
Oh God.
Roll in whenever you're ready.
Think through. Ready? And I'm here in Chequers, the UK Prime Minister's country home, where the end of this two-day visit has been spelled out by Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer. Oh, I'll start this. It's a tease, not a hit. Yeah. And I'm here in Chequers, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. And I'm here in Chequers, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's country home, where the US and UK have agreed a £250 billion tech deal. But the fun happened in the press conference, where Donald Trump had some lessons on how to tackle both the issue of the oil and... sorry. I know what I'm trying to say, I'm just a bit... Sorry, Joe. Cut that, end that, delete that, please.
Yeah, I mean, you can take your mind back to February, beginning of this year, just a week.
And I'm here in Chequers, the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's country home, for the second day of the historic state visit. Deals worth £250 billion agreed, inward investment into the UK, and some lessons from Donald Trump on how to tackle that small boat crisis and how to drill baby drill in the North Sea. Stay tuned. That's good, I think. Yep. Now a tease, now a thing.
So yeah, that's and I
I'm doing it now.
Yeah, sure, okay. You know, we've worked out how we can respect. We've also got concrete stuff coming as well. Britain has this lower, 10% higher than it used to be, but it's not as high as some countries around the world. They say that's the result of the relationship we've built between Keir Starmer and
I've got my head going.
there are some concrete small boats. There's a log jam over steel and aluminium tariffs that are 25% on British exporters. We know that steel exporters are well down on what they used to be because of that. And no deal has been got over the line on that they were very hopeful of. Much of the investment that you mentioned earlier is still to be actually committed, but it's still to be spent. When you're talking about $90 billion of private equity, let's see when it appears and what it goes into. So there are still lots and lots of questions, but I think they would say you'd rather be in Keir Starmer's position than some other of America's allies.
Wayne's probably on the trade.
And elsewhere in Europe as well, they will believe that they built something pretty strong on this basis of this special relationship. Donald Trump, through his words,
And finish. Sorry, Jeremy, your head together. So we've done the teas.
Yeah, there are occasionally Donald Trump, no more than occasionally, pretty regularly Donald Trump goes off on a kind of a little meander on some issues that are a little surprising. We got the auto pen again today, didn't we, from Joe Biden, the auto pen. The background thing did strike me. There were some references earlier in the year where the president seemed to suggest that China was controlling the background. There's the biggest air base in Afghanistan. It's the centre of kind of military presence and occupation when the US were in Afghanistan. Two big runways, huge base there, about sort of, I don't know, 40 miles.
We'll try to start this thing.
And the president suggested somehow the Chinese have now got control of that under the Taliban. And today, somehow that they were going to, yes, the US might get it back. It sort of ties into a suggestion that, when Joe Biden left Afghanistan, when America left Afghanistan under the Biden regime, on some
It's for the
there should have been a deal, there was meant to be some sort of deal on the background. Joe Biden followed through on somehow we get to reinvigorate that, but it was incredibly out of nowhere.
sorry, David, my head's going on this.
Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't get plenty of time to go back to officials and say, what's going on, because on the face of it, it doesn't seem terribly likely that the Taliban are going to hold a hand over the background of Donald Trump.
Let's have a go. How's it going, buddy?
Still here for a while. Yep, ready?
Okay.
I don't think we're hearing any new ideas, are we? I mean, the one thing Donald Trump has said today, which he has been saying recently, is that he believes
President Donald J. Trump is on his way back to the US after a historic two-day state visit to the UK. President Donald Trump is now on the way back to Washington, D.C. after a historic and successful two-day visit to the UK. It ended here in Chequers with a trade deal worth £250 billion on technology agreed between the US and the UK. It couldn't have gone any better, frankly, for Sir Keir Starmer. Elements were not discussed or not at least announced, nothing for the British Steel. So we'll go. I've done the teas, I'm just struggling over the what's up? Tea coffee? Mine. What is this? One more go on this. I'm still getting caught. Okay. So Keir Starmer's on the way back to. Donald Trump's flying back to the States. Been a successful two-day historic visit. Yesterday the King and Queen. Today the trade deal covers everything from AI to quantum, etc. Nothing on steel, nothing on AI protections for creators here. So it was gone as well as it could, and even the press conference passed off with that. Yeah, exactly. On small boats. Exactly, yeah, well, I'm going to get onto that. And even to our own Bev Turner. Historic. Yeah, he's let him down, felt let down. That's it? Okay. President Donald Trump is on his way back to Washington, D.C. after what will be seen as a successful two-day state visit to the UK. In two parts. It started with his meeting with the royal family at Windsor Castle and the pomp and circumstance of a state dinner on last night. And today, here in Chequers, the Prime Minister's country residence, getting down to the brass tacks of a trade deal on technology. £250 billion worth of investment across AI, nuclear, quantum. A big deal for America and a big deal for UK countries. But also there was a difficult issue of navigating a press conference for Sir Keir Starmer. We know how they can go on and range across all sorts of areas when they're hosted by Donald Trump. This one was chaired by Keir Starmer and was much more focused, with a few chosen journalists allowed to ask questions, and Sir Keir Starmer taking them in good spirit. Some areas, though, of disagreement, notably over the small boats issue. Now, the government in the UK started trumpeting one person, one legally arrived migrant from India, sent back to France earlier today on a dawn flight, but that's about it. The question to President Trump was, what would you do differently? And it was clear he would send in a military, according to the US President. Other question too about Palestine. The UK almost certainly about to recognise Palestine as a country in its own right. That's disputed by the US, although there was some welcome backslapping of our Prime Minister when it's made clear that Hamas wouldn't be allowed to run Gaza, according to Sir Keir Starmer. Also, the issue of freedom of speech was raised. Our colleague Bev Turner, the presenter of The Late Show in the US on GB News, she said, what would you do, is our country Christian anymore, to Keir Starmer? He said, which is rare for him, I am a Christian, I was christened. I've never heard him talk in such personal terms about his own faith. And also it's an agreement, I think, between the US and UK about Vladimir Putin. We heard there from Donald Trump saying he felt let down by the Russian leader. So all in all, I would suggest a successful visit on the trade deal, nothing on steel, nothing on AI, but otherwise broadly passed off without any damage, I think, to to that crucial relationship between the UK and US, and also the personal special relationship between Sir Keir Starmer and Donald J. Trump. Christopher for GB News, here in Channels.
No. Well,
I think that was
it
okay.
has,
I think that was okay. 3 minutes, mate. That's too long.
So do you want to send those
Right, 5:30. How about we know Christmas?
Thanks, guys.
I hear they're giving you a holiday to gear towards.
Thanks, man.
Safe travelling. See you later.
the cheese is free as well.
Checkers, chopper, as live plus two.
Double eyes.
Hey, Tom.
Oh.
Yeah, good to meet you. God. I feel better now.
I can't read it. I've never seen you.
Every time I saw Chris, he was like, oh, and I was like, not now. It's changing everything. Yeah, I think.
That's pretty positive.
Sure. It's his house, so yeah. I know, they're a bit like, I'm sorry, we don't do that. Like,
If I was sitting in the middle of
Kick him out, get him out, get him out. Should know what to do. We're both now. We did some journalism in the summer.
yes. No, fine.
You've done really well.
All right. Well, I was up and down a bit.
See you soon.
Hello. Cheers. Yeah, good day today. I mean, apart from not being called in the press conference, but Bev was called. But
I won't send this back.
Huh? You, Trump, or both, Yeah. You get grinning at me, actually. You get smiling at me all the time. But I mean, I had my mic on my lap, which Tom put there. That was meant to get our branding into